All right, I think we're ready. Let me get Outlook open. We are ready. Whoop, that's tilted. Let me fix that. All right. All right. Let me check my email. Says I'm live. Here's my link for StreamYard. We're going into StreamYard. Here we go. Okay. First amender. I think we're good.
I'm sure everything would have been fine if Matt Slick belonged to an Eastern Orthodox church.
Hey, Aaron.
How you do?
Hey, First Amender.
Glad to be here.
Yeah. How you guys? How you doing?
Fabulous. I just got off work, and it's funny. I like rushed to grab some food, and then as soon as I had my food, I was like, all right, I'm gonna have a cigar. I swear, I was just like, I always see
you rushed through a cigar.
Not rushed, not through the cigar. I rushed eating.
The cigar's wrong.
Yeah, I didn't rush it. But no, I was thinking to myself, I said, because normally what I have for my cigar is I'll have like a good whiskey, like a nice, something that I can enjoy. And I just, I was like, I don't want to be inebriated in any way when I'm talking with ARON RA. And I thought about it. I was like, but wait, ARON RA loves to drink.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I need to go get something to drink.
Yeah.
I've only got 1 minute before we start. I got to go get it. Be right back.
That's a little bit better. With a little.
Should probably let everybody know I'm streaming. Oh, and then I swear, and it always does this every single time I check my live. The thumbnail is wrong. Okay, no, the thumbnail is correct. Thank goodness. All right, let me
Forgive me. I'm going to try to power slam these last few noodles before we hit the button.
You're good. I can hide here. I'll hide it for now.
I'm sorry. What?
Oh, because I'm already live. I figured I'd hide it.
Will you shut up, Max? This is my food, not yours. Have to give him some of whatever.
Okay.
There you go. There is your Boldaki fire hot noodles. Okay. I guess we're ready. When I say
so.
we, I mean me.
All right.
I have to.
Now, did you want to screen share the live debate and then we just go over it? Or
no, we're just going to talk about it from memory.
Okay. Wow. Holy crap. I'm gonna have to pull up some of my notes.
Okay.
Let me just do that real quick.
What?
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about playing the whole debate and then commenting on it. I can't imagine there being a point to that. But I haven't done many debate reviews. I haven't done many reviews of my own debates, surely.
Let's take a look here.
You debated Shirley?
What are you, on airplane mode?
Okay. Do you have a stream key for me, Arn?
Oh, fuck. Why do I not have a stream key? What's wrong with me?
In the message in chat, if you want to.
Yes, mother. Yeah, bear with me. Uno momento, por favor.
I turned off the monitors behind me. I had Kent Hovind jerking off
Oh, that was a pleasant visual.
I like to have that when I go on creationist hangouts.
Emperor Fat Ass Dogs just tipped $1.99 through Super Chat saying Matt Powell owns ARON RA. Oh, Jesus. I got a lot.
The guy who was afraid to debate me and who was actually cowered out of debating me is somehow who he owns me. How is this?
Yeah. We have Aaron Clark saying, is that chocolate milk? No, this is coffee. Cigar and a coffee. I want to make sure that I'm like fully awake for this. Cause like, I just went through like a full work day and it's like, you're just like tired at the end of everything, even though like it's work from home. It's supposed to be like really easy, but it's like,
you're too young to be tired.
I'm 36.
You're too young to be 36.
36. That's almost half our age.
Yeah,
that's wild. You know? And if you think about it, really, like best case scenario, I get to your guys' age. That's best case scenario. You know, I was always joking, like it's so bizarre. Everybody, they make fun of other people for being older, and I've always thought, I said, well, I mean, what's the chances? Sorry,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're 3 minutes over time.
You're good. You're good. Go for it.
Yeah. I'll set it to live. Okay, there we go. Let's see if YouTube can pick it up. Yeah, it's running. So, starting the intro. Hold on, introduce Amender first and then me. That's how I set it up. Okay. You're on.
Hello, puppies and kittens. And we're going to be doing a debate review. I don't usually do these, but there were some interesting things going on instead in the most recent debates that I did. I think we're going to make some shorts out of these. It was the first time debating with first offender, first amender.
The people at MDD keep calling me that.
Do they?
They do. They like to insinuate like all sorts of, like a lot of the times they'll think like because I'm like pro-trans that all of a sudden that means I abuse children. And so they started calling me like first offender, and I'm just like, dude, it's first amender for starters. And second of all, it's like making, I think it was like with them, they were like, oh, the insinuation is that. And I'm like, all right, well.
So if you're pro-trans, that means that you believe that Americans have and should have, even if they're not American, a fundamental right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And at the very least, freedom of expression should not just be freedom of speech, but I mean, fucking your identity, right? So if you believe that people have this right, and I don't understand, I don't think my rights to be a cisgendered heterosexual male are in any way threatened by someone else presenting themselves in a way that I, from my limited background, would consider atypical. You do you. It should be none of my business. It certainly shouldn't be an offense to me. So if I think that you have rights, as the way you were just describing it, that somehow means that I'm a child molester?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the way that people have.
This is why I don't work with modern day debates anymore.
Yeah, I don't blame you. if anything, like me being on Modern Day Debate as often as I have, I've debated right winger on right winger, and it's really common where afterwards you end up with, you get inundated with nothing but hate watchers for, you know, a good 2 weeks, and it's not good for your mental health. I mean, thankfully I can tune it out and it doesn't bother me at all. It's just when you're in it and you're dealing with it, it doesn't surprise me that they probably are not going to find a lot of people on the other side that are willing to debate an anti-right wing position, knowing that the implication is that they think that you abuse children or something.
That and Modern Day Debates does not do moderation. Just period. Don't.
What brought you to that conclusion in your experience? Like, can you tell me what was like the breaking point?
I did one debate against Jeranism, and I put in a stipulation. There are conditions under which, you know, the only reason I will debate a flat earther is if they come with a model. They have to have a map of the world as they predict it and a model explaining their condition, so that it won't be just that I have to defend the scientific standing. I also have a position, their position, which you can't, in science, you can't just complain about the scientific model. I don't like that because it doesn't let me believe that I'm a secret Jedi. No, you have to bring your own model. You have to be able to, you can't replace something that works with nothing that doesn't.
Yeah.
In order to criticize any scientific model, you have to provide a better explanation, one that accounts for all the same data better than the original one does. And that's something that flat earthers never understand. And so I'm down for a debate with a flat earther if they will bring a model, an explanation that they think they can defend. They can't. And they know why they can't. And that's why they never have a model.
Yeah.
So Jaredism, we start this debate, and he had the reason I agreed to it was because he sent me a map through MDD channels. So okay, so you're using the polar projection map. This is the one you're going to defend. Okay, so this is the thing I'm going to attack.
The polar projection map is that flat one where Antarctica is all around.
There's a ring around the world, and the North Pole is the dot in the center. Yes.
Yeah.
And I think the United Nations uses that as part of their logo. But the thing is it's so easy to disprove that in moments. I mean, you can disprove everything about flat Earth in an instant, but we're talking about people who don't believe in reason. Yeah. We're talking about people who make believe impossible absurdity for no good reason, because pretending things that cannot possibly be true somehow makes stupid people feel regular.
Oh, Jesus. Honestly, it's getting to the point where it is. I've gotten almost to the point where it downright sickens me. Like, and I know this is not related to the to the debate that we had a few days ago, but specifically like with Trump and Venezuela, I'm sitting there telling people, I said, this is colonialism. It's just colonialism.
Oh, it's worse than that, because we're not setting up colonies. We're just straight up stealing their oil.
Yeah, well, it's a type. It's just resource colonialism, where you just go in, you steal all their resources, and then you fuck off. And I've said to people, I said, well, that's horrendous. We should never ever be doing that. And the response that I've gotten is like, well, what is your definition of colonialism? I'm like, that's completely beside the point. I have no idea what kind of argument that even is. Or like they'll say, well, it used to be owned by America, even though that it wasn't. I sat there and I looked up the history behind it. There's like a small percentage that was owned. I think like Exxon still does some business there, but they were bought out and it was like voted on. And I was just like, how in the world does this? Anyway, that's beside the point. I wanted to see if we could get into the discussion on the debate.
Yeah, so do I. But I do have one other question, because I got the impression in this debate that this must have been your first time debating against believers. Mm-hmm. And you're telling me now that you've done a number of stints with MDD?
Yes.
Debating what?
Well, it's mostly been the trans topic. It has. There have been some debates, not on MDD, where I've pushed against religious zealotry, mostly in favor of secular humanist values. I mean, if you want to believe what you want to believe, to me that doesn't bother me.
Right.
What bothers me is where they want to, use the power of government.
I think it does bother you because we had this conversation in brief, and I think this was honestly the weakest part of your argument. It was a fundamental misunderstanding of the fundamentalists' position.
Okay.
See, you and I had the same problem when I started out with this. The Texas Board of Education was my primary enemy when I started doing this kind of activism. And they would say some phenomenally stupid things, like that that there is no theory of gravity, that gravity is a law, not a theory. And then they don't understand they don't understand what either term means.
Well, they think like a theory somehow graduates to a law once you
exactly.
It's fucking idiots.
They think a theory gets proven and becomes a law.
Yeah. This is
the Board of Education for the entire state.
Jesus Christ.
A state that has some top-notch colleges.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the state of Florida, so I'm not much better off than you. They have recently labeled PragerU as proper K through 12 educational conduct standard. It is now written in law. You can use PragerU for K through 12 education.
But PragerU, first of all, if it was a university, then that's by definition not K through 12. But secondly, it's by definition not a university. No. It's not any kind of education at all.
No.
PragerU is a YouTube channel that is nothing but pig-headed, head up your ass propaganda.
It is. But I mean, I said, honestly, Florida's not that bad. If only we could just get rid of Ron DeSantis. Florida would be much better off if we just didn't have Ron DeSantis. Seriously, because
that, and I don't think you have enough Burmese pythons in the Everglades.
It's funny.
Yeah. Well, here's what I wanted to address. When I was talking to the Texas Board of Education, when I'm arguing with them, they're saying factually false things I can show in a moment that this is completely wrong. Here is the authoritative definitive source. Here's the peer-reviewed articles, whatever. Everything you just said, factually false. Here's the data to prove it. If you do that to me, and by the way, that's going to happen later this week to me. I made a video last night about Big Bang cosmology, and a friend of mine who is a philosopher and physicist wrote me today and said, you made significant mistakes. Can we talk about that? Yeah. We're going to have a public thing where he's going to tell me how wrong I was, and he's going to tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, because it's not an ego thing.
The goal of that is so that I'm not wrong anymore.
Exactly. That's the way that I treat things, is like when somebody proves me wrong on something that I said, I immediately go, oh crap, you're correct, I'm wrong. And then I just add it to a lexicon of knowledge. I don't have some ulterior motive, like, oh, it must be this way or that way. And it's either my way or the highway. It's like, show me what you're saying is correct.
Yeah. I often talk about people who have a degree in zoology or whatever, and then they're going to talk on social issues. What the fuck does zoology have to do with trans rights or any of the political situations that they want to talk about? So you're speaking outside your field, and now you sound ignorant.
Yeah.
So it's not at all surprising when I've made public statements to the effect that I don't know or care whether the universe had a beginning or not. I'm not a physicist. I don't know this subject at all. This is just what I'm seeing in the popular science magazines. So I'm happy to be wrong and corrected. This is not something I've invested my identity in. And if I've invested my identity in something that's wrong, fix me.
Yeah, exactly.
Show me where the problem is.
Exactly.
But the issue that you have and that you need to learn is when I went to the Board of Education to show them that what they're saying, what they're teaching is factually false, they already knew that. They didn't care. They want to teach students what they know already is not true because they thought it was important to control what students believe so that we can control how they vote.
Jesus.
Board of Education for the entire state of Texas. So you were reasoning with people. You're trying to present the truth to them, and you're expecting that they're going to be logic. They're going to be logical. I know the debate is about is Christianity logical. You're trying to present logical arguments, but they have a commitment to the conclusion
to not
no matter what the
be
facts
logical.
are. Right. I sent you a thing from there was a Darwin's Doubt or something like that. There was a documentary on this where a minister said that if I were to read in the Bible that 2 + 2 = 5, I wouldn't question what I believe in the Bible. I would believe it.
I remember that chart you sent me. I was like, that's absolutely terrifying.
He's not an isolated example. I've encountered that many times.
Oh, Jesus.
100 years ago, there was in the Scopes monkey trial.
Yeah.
The prosecuting attorney was William Jennings Bryan, another minister. William Jennings Bryan said on stand under oath that if the Bible said that Jonah swallowed the whale, I would believe it.
Jesus.
So you are not talking to people who give a fuck about truth. They're not here to understand. They certainly don't want to improve understanding. They want to make believe. And that's their whole and sole goal.
My biggest concern, a large concern that I have regarding the biblical literalism is that there is an X amount of politicians and senators that unironically believe that the only way that they can witness the second coming of Jesus Christ is to destabilize the Middle East, to have a final battle upon Megiddo, to enact Armageddon, to bring back Jesus Christ. And that's why we support Israel. I'm not even kidding. This is real human beings that, I would imagine they pay bills. Like they have to logically think of something at some point, right? How do they get through their daily life? I have to constantly think, double check myself on all sorts of stuff. And it's and they're making literal policy aligning with things like AIPAC, and saying, yeah, well, I want to see Jesus when in my lifetime. I'm like, dude, you suck. You want to you are killing people with this horrible perspective that you have.
So I don't know how to describe it, but this is the fundamental difference between when we're talking about somebody that will change their mind when they realize that they're wrong, when you show them that they're wrong, because for me, and I already seen from you that the truth matters more than whatever we would rather believe.
Yeah.
Because I want to, and I assume that you want to, improve our understanding of the way things really are.
Yes.
We're trying to better ourselves. And so that means that our information has to be accurate. The only value information has is in however accurate it can be shown to be. And if you can't show that it's accurate at all, then it has no value at all. If it can't be indicated or vindicated or verified or falsified to any degree at all by any means whatsoever, then how the fuck do you know, even if you know it? Yeah. And why are we wasting time talking about it? That's where the religious perspective is. Their position is they want the narrative to talk over you, to talk louder than you, and if they can just get out the narrative, then somehow they've won, because they believe in magic words. Literally,
they throw out their ridiculous troll hate brigade after the fact that you had tried to have a good faith debate to understand others' perspective, and
let's get into that. We wasted an awful lot of time, and we didn't waste it. This was important stuff, what we just covered, but we do need to talk about the debate. I wish that I could find the notes, but somebody had written a very articulate analysis of the entire debate, which was brilliant, but I can't find it in the notes now in the last few minutes before the show where I thought I could. Our opponents, I have nothing to say about the first guy. he didn't seem to know what we were even talking about.
Yes.
So there's nothing to, you're completely irrelevant. Go ahead and tell me how much more you liked the Barbie movie. I don't care. That's not what we're talking about today. There was, and unfortunately, you're trying to reason with the unreasonable.
Yeah.
So there wasn't anything there either. I'm sorry, and I don't mean that to sound disrespectful, but I hope I just explained my position. There was only Bryce, and he said two things that I was incredibly impressed by. One, that in his defense of Christianity, that if you're not a member of the Eastern Orthodox Church, you're not a Christian.
Oh yeah.
Period. He just excluded all of Christianity except for Eastern Orthodoxy. I was surprised that he conceded that when I look up the pie chart of Christian denominations and Eastern Orthodoxy is not even on the list.
Yeah. It's like one of the smallest denominations ever. From what I'm aware of,
and he conceded that. He allowed that he was forced to allow that other denominations of Christianity would have to be included in the body of Christianity, since his little side branch was so insignificant that it wouldn't even qualify as a cult.
Yeah. Well, and then to make things even worse is the fact that under Eastern Orthodoxy specifically, I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's been an entire portion of a quote unquote manosphere, if you will, where they're basically like, they're called like the ortho bros, where they only argue like the most regressive, one of the most regressive forms of Christianity, where they say, okay, well, the women have to stay in the kitchen. Men and women are not equal in the eyes of the Lord. You know, the woman is always underneath. Man has to go out and, you know, they have to work and do the whole thing. And there can't be like an equal amount of that. And it's the, I don't know if you know, what's his name? Andrew Wilson. The Andrew Wilson type crowd. Do you know this guy?
I don't think so.
Guy's got over 200,000 subscribers. Thank goodness you don't know about him. He's a horrible human being. I mean, he was there with Matt Dillahunty. He was the gentleman that was making fun of him, I've
been in the room with this guy.
Yeah, he's around with the modern day debate crowd.
Yeah, he was the reason I quit MDD the second time.
Really?
Yes. I quit MDD because I did that debate with Jeranism, and I said that my requirement is that he bring a model and a map that he's going to defend. And then right as we begin the debate, and I start attacking his position, he said, "You can't attack that. I don't stand by that." But you presented the map. He goes, "Yeah, but I don't stand by it." I'm like, well, what the fuck am I doing here then? He says, "I'm only here to poke holes in the scientific position." So I said, okay, so you don't even have a better explanation. You don't have an explanation at all. You've got nothing to defend. All you're doing is looking at science and saying, "No, that's it. That's your whole argument." And he goes, "Yes." So I told James, "That's it. This debate is over right now."
Yeah.
And James wouldn't end it. Like, this is when the debate ends. The guy did not bring what I required that he bring. And then to make the worse, not only did James not end it, but I'm not going to sit here and have somebody assail the scientific position with idiocy. I mean, it is so easy. I did this thing on Dogma Debate when I was doing that show, where we had a professional paleontologist on the show, and I'm going to pretend to be a Christian. I'm going to pretend to be a creationist. I'm going to pretend to be a creationist minister. The character that I invented for that was Ernest Poe, which there's a pun in there. But all I did was get drunk and then say stupid shit, because that's all you have to be a creationist minister. Say stupid shit that makes no damn sense. And I had the paleontologist completely flustered. I'm arguing the creationist position better than creationists can, and the only way that I attain that superpower is by getting drunk enough to be as stupid as they are.
That's terrifying.
That's the position when you don't have a better explanation. You don't have fuck all any understanding of how science works. And so I tell James, I can't just defend my position and him not have a position to attack. Okay, so imagine that you have two boxers or two MMA fighters or whatever, that they get into the ring and one of them has their hands tied behind their back and the other one can just throw all the punches and you can't throw any. No, he has to bring a position for me to attack.
Yeah.
James did not have the integrity to stop that event. He was making money off of that night.
Yeah, and that's why he was going to continue, because he's receiving super chats and he's getting everything that he wants.
So I tell James, I'm not staying for this. We had an agreement. You didn't live up to it. I'm going to have to leave.
Yeah.
So how is that painted? Now I rage quit.
Yes, you rage quit, and it's because you don't have good enough ideas. Is why. It's not because
they get someone else to come in and replace you.
No. What he did, it was worse than that. It was worse than that. He just let Jeranism have the floor for another hour.
Yeah.
After I supposedly rage quit. So when I told James I'm never going to do another MDD thing again, he surprised me. He went out of his way to fly to my town and come out and meet me at a local brewery to talk me into, to apologize to me and talk me into doing this thing again. I was impressed.
Sidebar, did he buy you drinks?
Your way. What's that?
Sidebar, did he buy you drinks?
No, I didn't do that. But we did.
Sorry.
It was a beautiful day. I rode my motorcycle, and I remember it was a nice place. It's a local brewery that I really love. It's one of my favorite places to hang out in town, and he's there to apologize to me and to promise that we're gonna do this better.
Yeah,
like that's outstanding. I have to respect that you went so far out of your way to do this.
Yeah,
I will continue to debate with modern day debates. Very next event, so far as I can remember, there might have been one that I'm forgetting.
You got Andrew Wilson.
We got Matt Dillahunty, who's doing a thing about the validity of Christianity. I can't remember what the specifics were, but all his opponent did was hate on trans people.
Yes.
And specifically, viciously attack Matt's partner Arden.
Yes. And I remember seeing that debate. I was genuinely sickened by what I had to see. And as a result, the modern day debate audience is now overwhelmingly with these far right, and I would like to call them what they are, is Christo-fascists that wish to enact their Eastern Orthodox Christianity independent of any facts, and because it's all about owning the libs. It has absolutely nothing to do with any factual analysis of any kind. It's very frustrating.
But that is what happens if you allow this kind of behavior. I mean, dumpster fires make money. That's what this all is all about.
Yep.
But if you're going to do that, the audience that takes you seriously will leave. That will have some good morals will leave, and you are left with a one-sided audience. In order to keep your channel going, you have to go further and further over to their side, allow even more and more dumpster fires. Yep. Otherwise, you're not going to make money anymore. And this is how you inevitably are going to tank your channel.
Yeah.
So I have to give MDD credit for one other thing. They arranged something that nobody else had seemed to be able to do. They got me a debate against the chairman of the board of the Texas State Board of Education.
Really?
They got me a debate with McLeroy. I forget his first name now, but yeah, but this guy, if you look at my earliest videos, he was the primary target of most of my earliest videos. And they got me a debate with that guy.
Don McLeroy?
Don McLeroy, yes. Yeah. And I got a picture of him. I got a picture with him at one of the State Board of Education meetings. Where it's so funny. This little guy, he's a dentist, and he's not a very big guy, but he recognized me somehow. I don't know. I always think I'm just one of those faces that blend into the crowd. But he recognized me, and we took a picture together. And he turned around and said, I've seen you talking about me on your videos. But MDD got a debate with me and him. And I'm so excited for this. But now what do you think the venue is?
Yeah.
I've been to some interesting venues for a debate. One of my favorite was one of the Beer and Bible Consortium. A bunch of fundamentalist Christians would rent out an abandoned beer hall where everybody smokes cigars inside the building. And this would be like in downtown Fort Worth or downtown Dallas, just some seedy little place. But they would have legitimate debates in there. But what MDD did was that me and the chairman of the Texas State Board of Education are having a debate over the legitimacy of creationism over evolution. We're doing that in the lobby of a tattoo shop that is in operation while we're debating.
Why?
Because they're in Deep Ellum, which is it's on Elm Street. It's the party district.
Do they not have a community center?
Wait,
Why?
it's on. Wait, it's on Elm Street. So this was literally Nightmare on Elm Street for someone.
It was because there's of all the debates I've done, there've been two that are such overwhelming victories that there's absolutely no ambiguity but that I won, and this was one of them.
Wow!
But the shitty thing is, it was the opening lobby of a tattoo parlor.
That's so bizarre.
And they're in operation while we're debating.
So basically,
and we don't have our own podiums. There is no audience, none. There's the camera. There's Don McLeroy. There's James sitting between us, and then there's me in the lobby. I mean, if you
I remember this video. I remember it. I remember the exact video. Yes, the sound was horrendous. It was completely unusable.
So you know what was good about it? They used my camera because I recognized that what they were doing was completely fucking it up.
Yeah.
So I set up my camera for them.
Jesus.
So that they could use that.
Wow.
The on-site debates that they've had, the sound and the camera work is abysmal 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, it was just so bad. And I've done debate after debate with them, and it's just always so bad. But my biggest complaint wasn't that the venues are unprofessional, is that there's no moderation. No. So this guy completely goes off track. He's not even debating the topic at all. He's just attacking Arden. That's it. He's not even attacking generally all trans people. He's specifically targeting Arden.
Yeah.
There's no reason anybody should put up with this.
No, it's Matt totally inappropriate.
Rightly left the debate in the middle, explaining to James on camera, this is why I will never work with you again. Yeah. And I said the same.
Yeah, no, and I sent Matt Dillahunty an email saying, hey, I had a debate with Andrew Wilson, and I would like to spend time with him regarding the debate he left, and the fact that while I did stick around for the entirety of the debate, I think I probably had gotten
Were you and I in the same room?
No, this is completely separate situation where I was able to get invited onto Modern Day Debate by emailing James, and my first contestant was Andrew Wilson. like threw me straight into the deep end of the pool when I'm barely paddling along.
This is your first debate?
Yeah. Like professionally, it was like, we're going to stick you with Andrew Wilson. He did warn me though. He said, by the way, this guy is a really rough debater. Are you sure? And I was like, yeah, sure. I don't see I said, I don't see a reason why not, was my thought process. I was like, listen, any exposure is good exposure. So I went and I did it. And I thought to myself, I'm going to kill this guy with kindness. And there was no lack of him keep holding punches when I just tried to be kind. And this is where I started to realize that, all right, maybe being kind isn't really the way to go. I started becoming much more in your face, much more combative. And I don't know if
we don't want to go that way, because and I realize that this is going to sound hypocritical coming from me, because I am a bit of a bulldog, admittedly, but debate is an intellectual process. It must be. We're not there. This is not WWF.
Yeah.
We are not just talking past our opponent, which is bad enough to begin with. We are trying to convince the audience. And the only way to convince the audience to change their minds is through an intellectual process. It doesn't matter. I don't want an audience who comes in where everybody in the audience leaves thinking their guy won, regardless of what was said, or they're determined that they're not going to change their minds no matter what. The best debates are where people are convinced, where you take a poll when you go in, what your position is on the general topic. And then you take another poll as you leave.
Yeah. And see if there was any. Yeah.
And they measure how many people changed their minds in the interim. One of the best debates that I've ever seen, I say one of, because there's a couple that are like world famous, like Bill Nye versus Ken Ham.
Ken Ham, yeah.
Yeah, that was brilliant. And by the way, Bill Nye was my replacement.
Really?
It was originally set up that I would debate Ken Ham, and it was going to be in the Houston Museum of Natural History. But Ken Ham would not debate me because I put a stipulation that neither of us can be paid.
Well, how else is he going to pay for that arc? Are you kidding? How much the taxpayers that sunk their money into it? The state's like, hey, you gotta give us some kickback. We're getting nothing here.
So Ken Ham obviously considered that and accepted but only if, one, it's Bill Nye, because who the fuck knows who I am, right? Even at the height of my career, nobody knew who I am compared to Bill Nye. But also Ken Ham literally owns the venue.
Yeah.
So Ken Ham made a fortune off. He could lose the debate, and he did, and still win a fortune out of it.
Yeah.
So because it's all about the grift.
There's also an air of the fact where when Bill Nye is willing to have a discussion with Ken Ham, there's like an air of legitimacy that's presented to Ken Ham where it's like there really isn't any real legitimacy. I mean, you're arguing whether or not that the Earth is older than 6,000 years old. I'm just like, you could just understand how uranium half-life works and realize that's fucking ridiculous. That's total nonsense. A bunch of idiots. And I'm like, dude.
But that was what most people had a problem with, that Bill Nye actually debated Ken Ham. That was kind of a vindication for Ken Ham to have someone of the name debate him.
I'm on camera.
That would make his position, I don't know, that they would take it more serious.
Yeah, like there's some level of legitimacy to it, and there really isn't any legitimacy
but at the same
whatsoever.
Time, when we're talking about debates, I mean, is there a more, when you look at famous debates, I mean, is there a more profound victory? 92% of Christianity Today polled said that Bill Nye won that. 92% of Christians
wow.
said that Bill Nye won that debate.
Yeah.
That was profound. And I have to give him credit, because Bill Nye actually did better than I would have, because I would have gone in with venom.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And he didn't. Now, I would have absolutely wasted it. There's no chance that Ken Ham would have won that debate at all.
Yeah.
But Bill Nye
Even in
won
his
the
own
audience.
venue.
Bill Nye won the audience, and I know his coaches. I asked, can I help coach? And they said, no, because we know how you debate. And I respect that, because they got the goal that they were searching for, that they needed to get.
Yeah.
And I'm happy with that. But seriously, in all, it was 4 months after they scheduled the thing with me and Ken Ham, when Ken Ham refused,
That's
that they
crazy.
set it up with Bill Nye.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So, it's actually kind of a shame, because the person who hardly talked in the debate, not Andrew Wilson, but Andrew in the debate that we had with Brian, he's actually a person that I knew personally over Discord, over on the Modern Day Debate Discord. And
Anthony, you mean?
Anthony. I'm sorry, my fault. Yes, Anthony.
Yeah.
And he, he's actually a very friendly guy. He's actually a nice guy. But one thing that I think happened is, well, there's bare minimum at least 3 A-type personalities. There's ARON RA, there's myself, and then there is Brian.
Who is saying this? Who is saying this? You're quoting somebody, right?
No, this is my own personal thoughts. And what I had with Anthony is that, he doesn't have his own YouTube channel. He's just there to try to represent himself. And he's already in like a Catholic school, trying to learn as much as he can about Catholicism. I mean, it's probably about as equivalent as the value of joining a clown college, but at least with a clown college, you could be entertaining. So I would even say it's even less valuable, learning absolutely nothing. Do
you agree with me on that if you have a degree in theology, that it is functionally equivalent to having a doctorate in Mother Goose?
Yeah, 100%. It really is. It's like but what's funny is that, when you have people become theologians, they often end up becoming atheists because they read too much into the Bible, and it ends up converting them outside of, they're like, oh, this is full of errors. There's all sorts of problems in it, and they end up reverting.
That's why reading the Bible is the #1 cause to make atheists.
That's what made me an atheist. Hands
there was
down.
An informal poll. There was an informal poll at one of the American Atheist National Conventions, and I don't remember which one, because it was before I became a member of the board or anything, before I even identified with American Atheists. But there was a poll for all of these people that were raised in the United States. Most of them were raised to be Christian. So the poll was, if you were raised to be Christian, what caused you to change your faith? What caused you to question and ultimately disregard your faith to become atheist? And the tertiary answer, number 3, was science. Scientific understanding.
It's not even the main.
That's number 3.
Yeah.
Right. The number 2 answer, the hypocrisy of the church.
Wow.
Yeah. That convinced more people. How many times you would have some homophobic preacher teaching gay hate, who's then caught having sex with a man in the van in front of their church?
The perfect projection. This is why every single time that Republicans, whenever they group together into like a large group, they always crash Grindr, like every freaking time. And then you look across the Bible Belt, I think like Pornhub had released some statistics to say that they overwhelmingly love to watch trans porn. Overwhelming, like specifically the Bible Belt. They're like, this area here where it's like exclusively like really hardcore right-wing Christian conservatives. Yeah, for whatever reason, they love that trans stuff. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how it is.
To quote the indie film Clerks, hey man, chicks with dicks.
Exactly. They're into
we
it.
got a comment I'm going to go ahead and read. This is Shut Up Matt. Says, Aaron, the show you did against Jesse Lee Peterson came over as you being frustrated in the face of utter incompetence.
I could only listen.
I
For he is. I cannot wait that maybe one day I get invited to a Jesse Lee Peterson interview. I would have so much fun on that interview. There's zero chance that I'd take it seriously. I would just come.
That man is stupid.
but
He's stupid
by the way-
videos.
By the way, there is a documentary about Jesse Lee Peterson that involves several people that have left his church who said
Wow.
that they had sex with him.
Yes. Well, he.
And that's another
So-
thing I don't get. Well, not
Well, he
only
said
could
he
not
pulled away
even
from
be-
that. He said that
Yeah.
he used to be a sinner and he pulled away from that. So he'll freely admit to you that he did that. But like, I don't know, it's always the same thing. He always asks the same questions over and over. You know, like one of the questions that he asks all the time is that, do you love black people? And like, that always throws people off when it's like you ask, do you love black
He
people? It's like,
doesn't.
what?
He's a black white supremacist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Well, he'll say, I love all people, you know,
And then he asked me, who do I hate more, my wife or my mother? The fuck is wrong with this guy? But I'm seeing some things in the chat that they have noticed that we haven't been talking about the debate that we're supposed to be talking about.
Well,
Okay, fair enough.
In all fairness, I was going to make the joke that this show actually reflects the debate because that never went
The topic
anywhere
never came
near,
up.
Yeah.
near the topic.
Yeah.
Near the topic. So we're doing good so far, I think.
All right. So
So the argument was that's supposed to be, is Christianity logical? The first speaker on the opposing side apparently didn't get the memo about what we were going to be debating against. He, I don't know what kind of case he presented. I mean, it wasn't relevant to us. And he was a very poor speaker, and I think a very poor choice for
Yeah.
a debate partner.
yes.
He was basically time for us to take a bathroom break and go refill our cups.
Yes.
And then Bryce came on, and Bryce said some choice things of idiocy in the context of our understanding. One, he said that all Christianity is only limited to Eastern Orthodoxy. Fuck everybody else. But it was something that he said later, or that he admitted later, that frankly stunned me. When he said unabashedly that if you have sacrificed the pleasures of this world, you become a renunciate servant of God. And you believe yourself to be a Christian, but you have become a nun or a priest or a minister, a missionary. You've sacrificed the entirety of life to, you are devoted in your entire life to the service of God, according to the Bible. But according to Bryce, if you
You're not a
don't
Christian.
belong to an Eastern Orthodox church, then you
You're not
deserve
real.
to burn in everlasting hell.
Oh, Jesus.
That was the
And
most
It's a freaking
pig,
nightmare.
ignorant, bigoted, superstitious, stupid shit I've ever heard from any theist. And this is me talking.
Oh, this is I've heard even crazier. I've heard
How could you have? Tell me what's crazier that not when I don't want what's crazier can go out of, 'cause I have talked to some crazy
Yeah.
people, but we're talking about ignorant bigotry.
Yes. 100%. Well, I've heard people saying that we need to go back to owning black people because that is God bestowed. I'm like, I thought that argument had left back in the 1930s.
I've seen that statement made by American senators.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, I wanted to see if
Christian nationalism.
it's insane. So I thought that for my intro, like I wanted to prove that Christianity is illogical, no matter how you look at it. And so I came up with a syllogism that is about as rock solid as I possibly could to show Christianity doesn't actually make any sense whatsoever. It doesn't actually work logically, no matter how you look at it. And so without me having to bring it up
First Amendment, we didn't get that. You froze.
I froze? Did I freeze?
Can
you hear
your
me?
Connection is going down. You're pretty pixelated too.
I don't know why,
what's
Peter.
happening.
I heard what he said, but say it again. I heard what you said, but say it again anyway.
So I had to be presented with I wanted to prove syllogistically, like, what is the most rock solid argument to show that Christianity is illogical? It doesn't make any sense. So I started, and I've developed this after some time of a lot of reading and coming to this conclusion. And I haven't heard very many people make this particular argument because, number one, it's a little complex, but it's easy to wrap your head around once you understand the position. But basically, God, when I start off and I say, okay, let's assume, let's operate under the presupposition, maybe God exists. Great, fabulous. So I started off by saying, okay, well, maybe God exists. What would the actions of God look like? I'm like, well, one of the things that God does is miracles. He's supposed to do things that are do not make sense in reality. Like it's fire is supposed to burn longer than it physically can. There's not enough energy.
Somebody walking on water. Let's
walking
talk about
on
all the
water.
possibilities of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Turning water into wine, for example, where apparently you're supposed to, I have no idea where you get enough carbon atoms to somehow infuse it and create the binding necessary and the peptins necessary to then make wine. I mean, that wine would be freaking hot as hell if it was done that way. But like, assuming like all the magic behind it, you know, we have done so many experiments on the law of conservation of matter and energy that there is no room for any miracle of any kind. We cannot empirically show what we ought to be able to see. If there was a miracle, assuming it's super rare, then what we would be able to observe is some sort of energy coming from we don't know, and introducing into the quote unquote closed system. That's what we would be able to observe. That would be a literal miracle. Like, hey, check out this energy. We don't know where the fuck it's coming from. It's magic.
You're discussing a theological concept known as PFM.
PFM.
Yes.
PFM.
It's well understood in theological circles.
Yeah.
Pure fucking magic.
I was sitting there thinking it's like some analytical framework. Yeah. So okay. So I'm like, okay, at bare minimum, God does not interact within the universe. We cannot empirically show that to any stretch of the imagination. There has not been a single instance where, hey, this is a miracle. This is this unknown energy source that's coming from nothing. Therefore, bare minimum, right? Deism. That's about as far as we can go. And so then I come into the problem.
I hate to break it to you, but Arn in one of his videos mentioned a miracle, but which then later turned out not to be a miracle.
Yeah. Is it the Christians learning something new?
I don't know if you recall, Arn, the women who were in a hospital and then went outside to pray for someone, and they stood under a tree and prayed, and they felt the tears of Jesus.
Oh. Yeah, the hospital part wasn't in there. They just found that there was a tree that if you go under this tree that you'll be anointed by Jesus's tears. If you grab the tree and you pray under the tree.
Yeah.
And then it was revealed.
And that actually happened.
Yeah,
so
but
they got wet.
Thing, I don't know how widespread it is, but I know that it exists here where I live in Dallas, Texas, because I've experienced myself. Here we have these, I think they're beetles. They drink the sap from the tree, and then they eject their feces after they've digested the tree sap. And if you grab the tree and you make your prayers to Jesus, you will feel what you will then assume to be his tears when you're actually being shit on by bugs.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was broadcast on the news, and it was explained to a couple of these deeply religious little old ladies who were doing this,
Yeah.
what was really happening to them.
Yeah.
And of course, their explanation was, "I'd rather believe it was Jesus's tears."
I would hope so.
Well, I mean,
you're being shit on by
proof.
bugs.
We have proof that you're being shit on by bugs.
Well, why would you want to admit that you're being shit on by bugs?
If it happened to you, you would rather believe that it was the tears of Jesus. Than
Exactly.
the thing that
It sounds so.
happened.
Yeah. It sounds so much more.
That's-
So magical, so messianic.
Yeah.
It's fabulous. It's
Well, while there is some truth to what you just said, Peter, I would rather believe that.
Yes.
I don't think that would be what I would lead with.
yeah. No, I don't think so.
No.
I mean, if I'm
I think I
feeling
would
something,
lead with a deep apology
Yeah.
for my own stupidity.
I mean, again, if you're feeling something, this goes into my energy argument. It's like, if you're feeling something, all right, great. That's electrical signals. That's something that is empirically measurable. Fabulous. Let's look into it. We look into it. It's fucking bug shit. Okay, great. Now we can move on. All right. Let's find something that is actually coming from a source that we can't understand. Okay. So bare minimum, that was like the first set of my syllogism showing empirically that, well, we don't really have any evidence of there being like some unknown source of magic. And so great.
And you know what? And you know what? My biggest problem with Bryce was at that time when you said that that he could not come up with an example of a miracle that he thought that was verified in any way, shape, or form. Because the only thing he came up with was the resurrection of Jesus, which no one can confirm because that happened 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
If God is still to this day performing miracles, we should be able to find one and test it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
see
I mean,
what
They
happens.
have. Don't you know, Peter? They have.
But
So a
They
friend of
have.
mine, Sanal Adamaraku, was living in India at the time, and there was a Catholic church in India. You would expect everybody to be Hindu, but no, there's quite a lot of Muslims and Catholics there. In this Catholic church, they had a statue that there would be tears running down the statue that would come off on the toes of the statue, and people would come up to pray
I've heard of this thing.
and drink the tears off the toes of the statue in this church. Miracle.
Yeah.
This
It's
is
like
one of those
kissing the Blarney
confirmed.
I think I recall that one.
This was a
Wasn't that
confirmed miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sanal goes
Well-
in there and he traces what the source of the tears is. There was an upper floors toilet that was backed up.
Yeah. It was a sewage pipe.
So those
leaky
people are
sewage
drinking human sewage
Mhm.
off the toes of the statue.
Let's
Now,
operate in good faith and assume that hopefully it's not the portion of the toilet that has the dirty water, but hopefully the clean water going. I hope, just for their sake, so they don't end up with a miracle pink eye.
Scary.
The miracle. Yeah.
So First Amender, you and I share, from what I've been able to gather of us, you and I share a commitment to the truth, not just a love of, but a commitment to the truth, which means that if we are shown not only that we're wrong, but in my case, if you show me that the reason that I used, that I cited for why I hold a position, if you show me that reason was insufficient for my conclusion, you don't have to prove it wrong. Just show that it was insufficient for me to draw that conclusion. I
Yeah.
already don't believe it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I will thank you for showing that I was wrong.
I'm the same exact way.
But what they did
yeah.
at this church was entirely different. When Sanal made this announcement as to what the facts of the matter really were, that he could prove to be the case,
Mm.
those people didn't care what the truth is. They arranged murderers outside, a whole bunch of people that were committed to kill him, so that he had to sneak out of the church out the back way and then leave the country.
Oh, geez.
So he no longer lives in India. He lives in Finland now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this is one of the confirmed miracles
where they got to kill them.
That a backed up toilet caused idiots to drink human sewage pretending it was magic.
I just hope they don't get that magical pink eye. Seriously.
You can get a lot worse by drinking human sewage.
Yeah. Okay, so the only thing that I wanted to go back
in the
to
chat just said it was Norway, but no. Sanal, I don't. Maybe he moved to Norway, but in the last few years, I've met him twice. It was always in Helsinki. He lives in Finland.
I wanted to go over the final part of my syllogism, and this is the part that I'm mostly proud about, is the idea of, okay, well, maybe there could be a God beyond space-time. Like it is the first progenitor of the universe, if you will. The problem that I have is that, well, number one, it's beyond space-time. Why would I presume an anthropomorphic entity that is capable of thinking, of loving, of wanting to make sure that the chemical waste rod doesn't go into the chemical waste hole of other ape-like creatures? I'm just wondering, like, how many extremely sentient creatures like us exist in the universe? I mean, if just like mathematically speaking, it's got to be billions and billions of species, across within the observable universe, not even like outside, not even like on the outside of the we have no idea how big that is. But assuming even within our observable universe, there would be billions of creatures just as smart as us, if not smarter. And it's like, what do you think God has independent rules for those people? Do you think that like God's like maybe they have appendages that you're not allowed to attach to other appendages? Like, oh, do not, hey, gleplons, do not put the gleep glues in the cordyceps, because if you put the gleep glues in the cordyceps, well, that will make me very, very angry. It doesn't make any sense.
Gleep glue is, but I know what a cordyceps is.
Yeah. It's a mushroom, isn't it? Isn't a cordyceps a mushroom? But the point is like, it doesn't make any freaking sense. People can't even agree within this earth what is the progenitor of the universe. And it assuming an anthropomorphic entity beyond space-time is fundamentally completely insane. If I showed up to your house, and let's say, for example, I have a rock, right? And I took googly eyes and I put a smiley face on the rock. I painted it on, and you answered the door and I said, "Hey, Rocky told me to say hi to you." I don't think any logical person would say, "Oh yeah, the rock definitely said hi to you." I said, "Well, okay, well, imagine, make it at least between the rock and yourself, you're somewhat related in the sense that you're operating within space-time, and that while the rock is made of silica and it has four-way bonds and you're made of mostly carbon and then you have the same four-way bonds, you're at least fundamentally connected to the rock in that way. But beyond space-time, there's not even a framework for there to even be objects. So like, how can you say that whatever is there thinks? It doesn't make any fucking sense, no matter how I address it. And so I presented it in that syllogism, and how logically it just cannot follow, no matter how I look at it. Even in the best charity, it does not work. And I feel like no matter how I present this to religious people, it is not convincing at all, and they just double down, and then they say, well, you like trans people, so you're wrong, you think men are women. It's totally idiotic.
I want to mention something to the 170 some odd people that are watching us right now. I first started doing debates with a show called Non Sequitur. I really enjoyed Non Sequitur. I liked what they were about. I liked their name. I liked their presentation, everything. One of them well, both of them really were became involved in illegal activities regarding finance. Let's put it that way. One of them disappeared, probably rightly so, even though at one point I liked both of them. I really did. And the other one became an absolute fucktard. Can't even talk to him anymore. Eventually had to block him from everything. Too bad, because it was my favorite debate format, was non sequitur. It was brilliant. Then I got into modern day debate. Tried to do some good things, totally fucked it up. They were all about sensationalism. And I've talked to some of the people that used to work for the organization, like when I did the Don McLeroy debate. After that, me and James, we walk across the street to have a beer because we're in Deep Ellum, right? That's the party area. We walk across the street, and I start asking James about, because he identifies as Christian. Like, so how do you as a Christian interpret what you just saw there? He won't say. Will not say.
He won't say why he's a Christian?
He wouldn't comment on debate on how the champion for his side of that argument had absolutely unquestionably lost. He wouldn't say. And other people who work for him have since told me that James is all about the sensationalism, that they're going for the Jerry Springer, that he doesn't feel that he's a success unless he gets hit across the face with a chair.
I am still listening, by the way. I'm just grabbing some water. I can hear you. Go ahead. Sorry.
So there was another debate group that invited me to come on, and I knew some of the people that were on the previous run, where they would do massive things with big names. They would show up in different towns and do the same debate in different towns for huge audiences. But again, it was super questionable and dubious. And they were platforming people that didn't really deserve a platform. And there's really defensible reasons for that if you've got questions. I mean, there were people that were...
No, I completely get it. There's certain groups of people where it's like, if you give them a platform, all it does is provide their legitimacy into what is referred to as stochastic terrorism.
So if you're one of the 170,000, or excuse me, if you're one of the 170,000, if you're one of the 170 people watching right now, if you're looking for a way, how can I make money off the internet? You could set up a debate program. You can ask me while I debate a given topic. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. It only matters what the topic is. Now, there are 4 people that I just will not debate anymore at all. You know, or that I won't debate, period, even though I've never
debated. Dawkins.
Darth Dumbass, Stooping for Lies, Kent Hovind, because how many more times do I need to beat him? Really?
Nephilim Free? Did you do him? Did you do him?
I was blind drunk and beat him. I don't remember why. I flew to a different place. I was supposed to do this thing, somewhere, a speech or whatever. And the people, when I landed, the ride picked me up, and I was like dieting. I wasn't eating anything. I was determined not to eat anything that day, but they took me to 3 breweries.
Yeah.
Before running me to my hotel room to then inform me that I was supposed to be on air with Nephilim Free. So I have had no less than 7 8-ounce glasses of 15% ABV or better on a completely empty stomach before they
still didn't prepare you well enough, Aaron. 3 breweries is not enough to debate.
It's not enough. Yeah, you need more. Yeah,
because they still trounced his ass.
With Nephilim Free, I had a discussion with him where
I am
was-
embarrassed about that. I gotta say, because I didn't expect that when I landed on the plane and I'm determined not to eat anything that day, that I was not expecting to go to 3 fucking breweries to try all of their most potent shit, and then just to go to another brewery right after that, to go to another before I get to my hotel room. So I tell you, I was lit up. Yeah.
There was I did not record this debate. It was just kind of, it was on the Modern Day Debate Discord, where I met Nephilim Free, and I was like, all right, I'm going to have a quick debate with him. I didn't even record it. It was just kind of a whatever moment, not a, on YouTube or anything. I would probably love to do that though. But with that being said, there was a discussion where he was arguing, his young earth nonsense. And what I brought up, I said, how the fuck are there kangaroos in Australia and koalas in Australia? How the fuck did they make it to all the way to the Middle East to then hop onto Noah's Ark and then, I don't know, make their way back? Like the koalas can only eat eucalyptus. So what? Did they make like an entire raft out of eucalyptus and just paddle their way over? And then when they're done with their 40 days and 40 nights, they just paddle on the fuck back. And, it got to the point where I was like, okay, well, why the fuck aren't there, why don't we, they said, well, the reason why is because they didn't go through the Pacific Ocean. They had to have gone through Asia. And I said, great. Then why the fuck aren't there any fossils of marsupials in fucking Asia? Dick. And he had zero answer. I know exactly why. It's because Asia isn't a part of Gondwana. Gondwana is where marsupials came from. What is that? Holy shit, what are you drinking? All right, I'll join you. Here we go. All right, let's go.
Normally, I grew up with spent the entirety of my 20s with a bottle of Captain Mo in my hand.
That's awesome.
But now that we're in this economy where we have to work harder and faster and longer to make less and pay more,
yeah,
I can no longer afford even the cheap shit anymore.
Damn.
This rum cost me significantly less, and it was the same volume, but it was significantly less than Captain Mo.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that I quite like it. I mean, there's a possibility that one of the reasons I chose it is because there's a half-naked babe dressed as a pirate on it. There could have been an element of truth to that. But as it turns out, it's a good sipping rum.
Yeah.
And it's cheap. And cheap is what I can afford now. So, by the way, patreon.com/ARONRA. I am so financially fucked right now, as are we all. I get it. Yeah, I get it. Just imagine the economy doesn't just affect me, but think about the fact that my subsistence comes from largely patrons. And so when the economy fucks everybody, then the people who live on donations are obviously further compromised. So I've got a comment from J.R. Pence, who offers $5 and says, studies of miracles become less miraculous as controls and rigor increase. India's heresy laws are dangerous. I probably should have read that a while back. I was in India.
I would love to go to India.
I was in India, and this was a place I wanted to go because I love the diversity of religion. I identify as an anthropologist. That is my degree. But it's not just physical anthropology. It's cultural anthropology also. And when you want to talk about the diversification of religion, if you're interested in the origins and diversification of religion, you're going to be interested in India, right? Because that's where a huge amount of diversity. Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism.
Oh,
yeah. And so I was really excited to go to India. And unfortunately, it was the only country I've ever been to in my life that disappointed me. And the reason is when you go to Agra to visit the Taj Mahal, the sky is blue, the air is clear, because they understand that pollution will damage the Taj Mahal. Everywhere else in India, the smog is so thick that it will obscure your view of the other side of the street.
That's wild.
So they know how to fix the problem, but they don't. They won't.
That's insane.
Yeah. I was in Hyderabad. I was in Vijayawada. I traveled about in India as much as I possibly could in the brief time that I was able to be there. It was annoying to me that the administration of that country understands, but won't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Pissed me off. But while I was there was a handful of Indian people, Indian people. That's just a stupid thing to say. I'm sorry. There was a handful of Hindus that attacked a Muslim in his home. They broke into his home, drug him out into his yard, and killed him because he was eating beef.
Oh, geez.
Only later did they discover that he was eating chicken.
Really?
They murdered him, and they were the law in India allowed them, because they were religiously convicted. Then they couldn't be criminally convicted.
Yeah.
I was in India at the time. I was there for an atheist convention. I'm one of the speakers. And I'm thinking, if a Muslim can't be Muslim in India, how can I be, it was very scary, because we always thought, when you live in the United States, the only version of Hinduism you ever hear about is ISKCON. That's bhakti, what people would normally, Krishna, right? In India, Krishna is an obscure sideways cult that almost nobody's ever heard of.
Krishna?
In India, yeah.
Because I've read the Bhagavad Gita and
so have I.
I've spoken with other Indians.
If you bring up Krishna in India, they don't know who the fuck you're talking about. It's the Beatles that made Krishna popular in the United States. I read the Science of Self-Realization by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. I've been to ISKCON temples. We have a great one here. Seriously, one of our best restaurants here in the Dallas area is an ISKCON temple. If you're a vegetarian and you come to Dallas, you want to go. If you want to go to the best vegetarian restaurant, you're going to go to the ISKCON temple.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, but in India, they're an obscure cult, because in India they didn't get Hinduism through the Beatles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a weird thing to be in India and see the kind of atrocity that was going on while I was there.
The only thing that I would be like, I would like to travel to India. My only concern about traveling to India is I feel like I would get sick. And it's I can't imagine being on a flight for 16 hours and then show up at a place and then get sick for the entire time that I'm there.
Let's be fair. I ate curry twice a day, every day, the whole time I was there. I love curry.
Yeah.
I love really
You like spicy shit. I've seen
I like
you eat some seriously spicy stuff, and I don't know how.
I like seriously spicy.
Yeah. I love spicy too. Have you ever had da bomb?
I've had what was it? I can't remember the name. I have the bomb. I know what you're talking about. I have it in my kitchen right now.
Absolute nightmare.
Yeah, I have it in my kitchen right now.
Good way to kill 15 minutes.
I've had the one that's 9 million Scoville.
Yeah.
It's called The End. I have that too. Yeah. But as far as Indian dishes,
yeah.
wish I could remember what the really intense one was. We were in a place called Brick Lane, which is named after the street in London. Excuse me, there's fucking dogs that don't understand. I'm trying to be professional here. Shut the fuck up, dogs.
Arn, that's not going to work. You need to be calm, and then the dogs will be calm.
Do you hear dogs barking?
No, yeah, they stopped barking.
It worked.
It worked.
Well, I have a great filter on my mic, so you haven't been able to hear my tiny parrot wreaking havoc.
Okay.
Just
so a friend of mine takes me to
away.
Brick Lane, and we try. We're ordering for the hottest stuff on the menu, and there was something there that it was like you have the one pepper on the menu, and then there was something that had 2, and there was something that had 3, and then there was one that had 6.
Wow.
There's no 4 or 5. It goes direct from 3 to 6. And my wife ordered that. And the waitress said, "Oh, no.
No.
You can either enjoy your meal or you can have this." So my wife ordered the vindaloo with 3 peppers and also a side dish of this. And
of the 6.
I'm so embarrassed. I can't remember what this dish is, but it's insane.
Is it it's not a chicken korma or a
No, it's a fuck, I can't remember what it is, but I wish I'm having a senior
it's not like
moment.
a sag.
No, but it's an Indian dish, and it's just exceedingly hot. And we both have our vindaloo.
Tandoori.
No, stop doing that.
Sorry,
So I can
biryani.
finish.
No, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Yeah, just stop doing that. It's a short name. I can't remember what it was, Pyal or something like that. But I have the spiciest they get at Vindaloo, and it was. You can just taste the capsaicin. You can smell the capsaicin reeking off it before you put it in your mouth. But then Phaal, Phaal.
Phaal. I'll look it up.
Yes, Phaal at Brick Lane in Manhattan.
Ooh,
that shit. My wife and I both tried this. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I've also had the end, which is 9 million Scoville, and that's a brilliant thing to do to yourself.
No, horrendous.
I was in London, and there's a restaurant called something Brewdog. No, it's not Brewdog. It's something else. But they sell this challenge where if you eat 6 chicken wings within a single minute, then they'll give you 15% on your bill, which already isn't worth anything.
Yeah.
But the sauce that they put on is the shit I have at home. It's called The End. It's 9 million Scoville. It's a laboratory extract, pure capsaicin. It's not even a pepper. It's a laboratory extract. It's pure capsaicin. So you challenge somebody to eat 6 wings in a single minute
with pure capsaicin.
You're challenging people to die.
Yeah, like
my wife and I both had 1 wing.
Yeah.
We both stopped, and we suffered through that until the next day. I personally felt like I had a rock of uranium in my gut.
Jesus.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm seeing chat messages bringing up. So J.R. Pence says $5. Studies of miracles become less miraculous as controls and rigor increase. India's heresy laws are dangerous. Yes, lots more we could say about India. Probably best if we change the subject. Maybe get back to the subject we were supposed to be talking about.
Yeah.
And then S. Sabi Coops, I'm not sure, it offers €5 and says kindness and empathy to all should be the one true blablasm. I must plead ignorance. I don't know what that is. All gods got it wrong. Okay. Then First Amender, is this from you?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, it's me.
Okay. Offers $10 and says cheers to RNY. Thank you very much. Also, if you like my stuff, consider a sub. Blackheart. Love the ARON RA fan base. Thank you. And then we have the spam goes here. Says, I may have a social in with a station here in Australia that has a huge untapped fossil bed that they won't let anyone in on. If ARON wants to escape the U.S., I could try to negotiate. Help me.
Very good. Very good.
And then Gordon Loves Science says, number one says 1999. Thank you very much. Appreciate the context. I don't know what good rum costs. Hopefully $20 is enough. Thank you kindly. All right. So can we get back on topic for a moment?
Of course.
So I understand that
Well,
I
sorry, mention
didn't do the after party thing because I had immediately jumped to another project or errand or engagement or something.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember right, my wife wanted to go to a goth party.
That sounds awesome. That sounds way better than the after party.
That was a way better than the after
That was a
party.
And it was
much better
particularly
choice.
warm night, so I got to ride my Indian Chief Vintage 1900 cc with the ape hangers, like up here.
I saw your video about the motorcycle thing that you had going on, where you spoke about the last motorcycle that you would ever own. I thought that was really cool.
Thank you. So I'm on this huge fucking brute, and then we go to, and I love the goth club that we go to because it's full of such weird people. I mean, you've got a whole bunch of sweet transvestites.
Yep.
And then you've got your death head zombies.
Yeah.
There's like death metal zombies, and then you've got sexy vampires of different types.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of young people, of course, but then there's some people my age who were. It's funny to see 60 some odd year old women in fishnets.
Yeah, in fishnets.
Black
Yeah.
lipstick. And I'm like,
I love it.
I'm just loving the whole vibe.
The vibe is great. Yeah. Yeah.
I
used to go to a goth club, and there was this guy that would show up in pink lingerie, and this guy was not good looking at all. Showed up in pink lingerie, and his name, he was famous in the club as the Senator. His name was the Senator. He's an excellent guy.
The rest of you know him as Lindsey Graham. My favorite regular at this club is a guy who shows up basically completely naked. He wears a tiny little black leather codpiece, and that's essentially it. Other than he has wraparound glow in the dark tubing on different pieces of his body. And it's just fun.
Yeah.
So I look at all of these weird ass people, and I think about how everybody in the right wing politics thing, they would just object to everybody.
Oh yeah, nightmare. Yeah. No, they're like, we gotta shut it down, shut it all down.
But it's at the same time, it's just I just have so much fun with it. So you're a 63-year-old woman in fishnet stockings and black lipstick.
I love it.
And you got your hair shaved into a mohawk.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, living your best life. That's really what that is. Yeah,
loving that. The last time we were there,
you know why the right wing hates it, Aaron, right?
What's that?
You know why the right wing hates it?
Why?
Because due to peer pressure, they can't do that.
And they
can't do it.
The only reason.
All right,
they do it in the hotel though.
Topic we were going to be talking about tonight.
Yeah, we're talking about the debate.
Okay, so you and Peter were at the after party that I couldn't do because I was off with the weirdos. Tell me about that.
So typically what happens after when you're in a debate with Max, or Max is hosting the debate, Max likes to have like a whole panel of people, show up, it could be anybody that wants to speak on there. And there were and thankfully most people were in support of you're in my position here. However, there were two individuals that were constantly, nitpicking at every little thing and showed no consideration of how illogical it was and how much that they were not on topic.
And there was one who would ask you questions, and while you were giving the answer, completely overtalk you and then say you didn't answer my question.
Yeah. Classic.
Which was extremely annoying.
Classic. And that got so bad to the point that I was telling Max, I was like, Max, why is this guy here? He's just a fucking ridiculous internet troll. Like, why do I even give him an even moment to rebut him at all? Because anything that I say, no matter what it was, I could sit there and say that the sky was blue and he would say that I was wrong. It's complete nonsense. Mm-hmm. This is kind of why, this is actually one of the reasons, lately I've been starting to call my quote unquote debates. They're not really debates. They're more discussions. I think that kind of pulls it down, because a lot of people, what they think what a debate is that, oh, you're here to win a debate or lose a debate. And I don't think debates are that. I think what debates are supposed to be is you learn different perspectives from one another. And then you come out, a little bit more knowledgeable. But nowadays, I mean, in the internet, they're all about, oh, you owned him. You won that debate. You lost that debate. And I'm just like, dude, what do you think this is? What do you think debate is supposed to be? And so lately I've stopped calling it debates.
Strictly speaking, apart from the opening and closing statements, this wasn't even a debate. This was a conversation, which I think is a lot more productive, because I don't think that debates are productive.
I agree with you.
The people who win debates are people who are good at debating.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because they have valid points.
Not necessarily because they're right.
Yes. I mean, I've seen Kent Hovind win debates against atheists.
Yeah.
Honestly, win debates because he knows what he is doing.
Wait, did you really see Kent Hovind win a debate?
In all fairness, yes.
Wow, who was that?
A brick wall.
And now I'm going to make a whole lot of enemies, but one of the I won't name names. One of the hosts on the line lost dearly to Kent. Wow. Because
that surprises me.
Absolutely insane.
Kent has his way to derail a debate.
Yeah, he does.
And if you get caught up in that, and if you let him, then you automatically lose the debate, because you will only be fighting his way of debating and not necessarily his points, which then at the end will make Kent the winner, because he has brought up points and you have done nothing to rebut them.
Well,
and
you'll
that's
sit
the
there
problem.
and you'll go in with, you're talking about the Big Bang, and then he'll immediately segue himself into a non sequitur of abiogenesis. Think that abiogenesis is even remotely related to the Big Bang, and then say, "Well, you think that life came out of a rock?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, you're such a fucking idiot!"
No.
Dude.
That's his 5 stages of evolution, which aren't even his idea. He got that from a teacher at the university.
What does abiogenesis have to do with evolution?
It is his 5 stages.
Kent Hovind thinks that stellar nucleosynthetic theory is part of evolution.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
Total idiots.
So if there's anybody in the audience, however many people are we up to right now? We're at 150 roughly. Of all
150,
these
yeah.
viewers, if you want to be able to start up a channel, if you're in, you don't have to put in a whole lot of effort into it. Can you moderate a debate? Set up a channel. Come up with a cool name. We tried non sequitur. I loved that. I'm sorry that both of the people who founded that went awry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that modern day debate turned out to be all about sensationalism. They were basically the weekly world news of debates.
Yeah.
And I realize I'm appealing to the older audience because nobody else is going to remember what the fuck weekly world news is. Stupid tabloid shit. Jerry Springer, the Jerry Springer of debates. There was another one, Pillborn. I can't remember, Pangborn, something like that. They would do like tours. But again, there was just huge controversies with a lot of different people. So do you have a situation where you're not going to be outed as some sort of, you're not financially criminal?
I do not have anything that would lead me into any financial criminality. I mean, outside of I got to make sure that I am paying my taxes on the very tiny sources of revenue that I'm getting from YouTube, and I think there's a very small amount from Patreon. No, I don't have any financial issues.
I would. What I'm saying is, I would love to see a debate channel where they actually moderate, right? Where they don't platform. Oh, you're a flat Earth Nazi.
There's like a level of ensuring that you are a legitimate.
You're a flat Earth Nazi, and you only have a middle school education.
Yeah.
Well, let's pitch you up against the best intellectual we have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Legitimizing your insanity.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I have
bring integrity back to the debate sphere.
So I have a show that I call, it's called Debate a Woke Liberal.
Are you going to be the person I'm asking for right now?
Well, I mean, so I'm not against the idea. I just would have to figure out how would I fit it. Because currently what I have right now, it's effectively a call-in show where anybody can call in, literally anybody. And I'll hear them out. I'll hear out what they have to say, but obviously there's like breaking points that I have, especially like if they're like an ethno-nationalist, people like that. I'm like, come on, like move on. Give me something with substance. But just about anybody that wants to call in, they can call in, and I do it every Thursday. And sometimes during the weekends as well. Anytime I basically have, hey, I got some extra time, I can do it. Cause I'm still currently working. I do a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 is when I'm working. And so I try to fit everything, all of the editing, everything that I'm doing, it's all me. But I mean, I guess I wouldn't be against like potentially moderating debates, but I'm starting.
Let me make a suggestion to you based on what you just said. I spent more than a decade of my life dedicating every spare hour I could to my activism on, evolution and secularism and all of that against creationism and Christian nationalism before I made $1. I spent a decade.
Wow.
I'm working at a regular job. I'm working. Did y'all, if you saw the movie The Incredibles?
Yeah.
Mr. Incredible's job?
Yeah.
Where his job is basically to deny
people's claims. Yeah.
Little ladies. That was my job.
Jesus.
When
so
they backed
claims
the
adjuster
camera away to show the whole cube farm, when I saw that movie the first time, I'm like, oh, fuck, that is my office.
Did you have a really short guy with like a square haircut?
My boss actually was an inch or two taller than me.
Okay, wow.
And the little old lady
was not
in my the little old lady was not in my cubicle. She's only on the phone.
Yeah.
But otherwise, that was my job.
That's wild.
Completely. So if I was not already atheist, that job would have convinced me that there's no such thing as a soul.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah. That's what I did for years before I made any money at all on YouTube. And the reason that I got on Patreon and the moment that I got on Patreon was when I realized I'm being groomed to be fired. I've got maybe 30 days left of this job before they kick me out.
Really? Why? What was the, there was, you felt there was probably some sort of pressure coming from your coworkers or something.
I eventually had that argument with my boss's boss's boss.
Yeah.
Where they had the thing about, well, how do you explain this? And that's why I start to explain it. And then they interrupt the answer. Well, how do you explain that? Well, where did that come from? They keep interrupting the answer to ask another question until they finally get to what happened before the Big Bang. And I said, well, we actually don't know. And he says, see, you get to a point where you don't know. And I said, see, every question you asked, you didn't know. Not one fucking answer could you get right. Never, ever.
Yeah.
You've been wrong about everything. And so when you get to a point where we legitimately would not know, you don't have the honest integrity to admit that truth matters at all. You just want to fucking pretend.
Yeah. And despite the fact that currently our mathematical models align towards Big Bounce theory, effectively vindicating not only Big Bang, but the fact that matter is eternal.
Well, I don't know about that. As I said, a friend of mine who's a physicist is going to chew my ass
Fair enough.
in a couple of days to tell me how ignorant I am. And I'm down for it.
Yeah.
Because as I've said so many times, if I'm studying biology, zoology, taxonomy, the fuck do I know about Big Bang cosmology?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Why would I know anything?
I mean, the amount of math that is required to even understand the theory is ludicrous. Yeah. I mean, like, I think
so. Somebody's going to tell me that I'm wrong, and I'm completely open that I'm going to be wrong. Right. So tune in for that. I think I'm not sure, but I think that's Thursday on this channel. The point is, when you're arguing with a religious believer, defense of the faith means never admitting when you're wrong on any point.
Yeah.
Ever.
Of course.
Not if it's critical. You can admit that you pronounced my name wrong or something like that, but you can't admit anything from your own position, even when you know.
Oh yeah,
and even when you know that everybody else knows that you're wrong. Double down, triple down, never admit it. It's like, have you seen all of the interviews with Kristi Noem? She's on like a half a dozen different talk shows, and they all ask her the same question. She absolutely dodges the answer.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
So did you meet Kim Jong-un? You will never get a yes or a no out of that woman.
You know, I've read her book. I spent the time and I read her book. I also read Ron DeSantis's book as well. I read right-wing sources to try to understand their perspective.
Why would you do that to yourself?
So, okay.
Do you masturbate with sandpaper?
No, here's the thing. The way that I try to understand right-wingers and their perspective is I grab what they're looking at and I just understand and encapsulate. I commonly lately, I've been pulling up Fox News and reading articles and watching their videos alongside Ground News and AP News to try to really understand the politics behind these things. And one thing that I've grown accustomed to is that Republicans don't fucking read. They don't fucking read. There's no way that you could actually be a Republican and maintain intellectual honesty. I'm not even kidding. Like, I've done so much reading on all of this, all of these topics politically.
Let me throw in a caveat for the audience here. We understand that there are a few Republicans who actually do read some things. We get that.
Twitter?
When it comes, when Mitt Romney and Arnold Schwarzenegger become the intellectuals, when we're grading on a curve. And these have become the people I respect from the political party.
Yeah.
There's a serious problem. And I do respect both of them now. Mitt Romney was a person that terrified me once upon a time because I didn't realize how bad shit could get.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I have a lot of respect for, I'm surprised to say, for Arnold Schwarzenegger as a politician, as a Republican, for the stance that he's taken. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
But when you look at the Republican Party, there's how many good guys do you have in that party left in the world?
I mean,
when you look at the Democratic Party, we're still looking at a fuck ton of assholes.
Oh yeah, no, we are for sure.
Yeah,
there's so many that
handful,
placate to the fucking to the insurance companies in the medical industry. It drives me insane.
So if you look at the Republican Party, you're going to find your Mitt Romney, you're going to find your Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I respect Arnold Schwarzenegger a lot more than Mitt Romney, but and John McCain, huge for me. Then when you look at the Democratic Party, again, you've got a bunch of shit stains. You've got a bunch of skid marks in your tidy whities, except for a handful of progressive leftists.
Yeah.
Jasmine Crockett, Katie Porter. I realize she's not in the Senate anymore. AOC.
Yeah.
Fucking
Bernie Sanders. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a handful only. There's only a few good people in politics at all, and they're all on the progressive left. They're not Republican versus Democrat. Within the Democratic Party, because there's no good guys left in the Republican side at all. In the Democratic side, mostly villains, but there's a handful of good people.
Yeah.
The only heroes left, and they're on the left.
Yeah. So,
I love it how you mentioned Arnold Schwarzenegger. Do you know what his latest thing is?
No.
He's doing commercials for a tool brand of a German supermarket chain. He makes commercials for power tools, basically, and they're fun. I have to say that they are fun.
I'm not gonna suffer any indignity of that because I already felt that when Ronnie James Dio sang a commercial, "This Bud's for You." I felt enough shame out of that. Whatever Arnold does isn't going to embarrass me anymore.
That's the equivalent of a Dutch person promoting Heineken.
So, gentlemen, the debate that we're supposed to be talking about.
Can I ask one question?
Certainly.
This bothered me a little bit. Why didn't any of you ask why Eastern Orthodoxy is the only one true Christianity, and how did Bryce know that was the one true thing? Because no one is
irrelevant.
Yeah. So the whole debate prompt is Christianity logical? It's not whether or not is Eastern Orthodoxy logical, and it is also not saying is Christianity true or false. It's specifically saying, is it logical? This is why I presented my entire argument regarding the logic of Christianity and how it's illogical. And rather than actually arguing that, Bryce, at best, all he did was just provide no true Scotsman fallacies and these ridiculous arguments.
There's a reason why I would have asked that, because if he would have answered it, every Christian denomination on the planet gets their Christianity from the same book, the Bible.
Yeah.
If it is logical, then we wouldn't have any denominations, because the book would be so good that they would all read the exact same thing, interpret it the same way. If it was inspired by a god, we could not have denominations. So by that definition, it's already illogical that
If I
are
had to play devil's
denominations.
advocate, the way that they would likely rebut that, they would probably say something along the lines of, well, the word is perfect and it is perfectly done. It is man that is imperfect, that imperfectly perceives it. And Eastern Orthodoxy is the true Christianity. That would be.
Then the word's not perfect. If the word was perfect,
give me a quick moment.
imperfect
I am
people-
listening though. Sorry.
Yeah,
Give me
okay.
very quick.
If
but
the
I am
word
listening.
was perfect, imperfect people would interpret it the correct way.
But
the
Jeremiah
only way-
8 tells you, how can you trust the Bible when the words of the scribes have been made into a lie, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then 1 Corinthians 1:18 says that the preaching of the cross is foolishness to those who perish, but unto us who are saved, right? So this is all foolishness. Foolishness to everybody who isn't a Christian. It's foolishness. How is it not an admission? Paul is writing that if you're not Christian, then this is not logical to you.
Yeah. There was another thing that drove me mad. That Bryce kept saying, Christianity is a worldview. It's not. It's a religion, and the people who adhere to that religion develop a worldview, which is wrong, obviously, because they just ignore science and they ignore what we can know and can demonstrate. That also is illogical. Why would you deny something that is demonstrably true?
So I did not have a chance to bring this up in the debate, but I would have loved to have brought it up. The basis of Christianity, absent their no true Scotsman fallacy, is that Jesus arose from the dead, and then he talked to some people, 500 people, and then he fucked off after that. Well, that's what it says in the Bible. That's what happened.
Logically.
So
let's look logically at how inefficient God is.
yeah, well, so I thought of that, and I'm like, okay, hold on, break that down like scientifically. If we understand how matter works, okay, you would have taken God, who had been dead for what, 2 or 3 days, and then God
Day and a half.
is
Not God, Jesus.
or Jesus, yeah, Jesus
Just-
or whatever. To them, it's God. To them, it's God.
Said, Jesus is not
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, no, I
knew that
agree.
Christ
He's the
thought
son
that they're
of
the same,
yeah.
but he was clearly wrong about that,
Yeah.
and I demonstrated that in the debate.
Oh, that
So
would have been a
presuming-
great way to prove that Christianity is not logical. Have them explain the Trinity using the laws of logic.
Oh yeah, that's a whole
You're
other
done.
freaking can of worms. Yeah, it literally makes 0 sense. 3 is 1 or whatever nonsense. But so what I wanted to bring up is that, okay, so Jesus, he somehow rose from the dead, right? And he talked to people. Okay. And his personality is the fucking same. Okay. So if his personality and the way he talked to people is the same, that means that the neurons in his brain have now magically reconnected, effectively reversing entropy as we know it. You do not observe, for example, a reverse fire. Fire, once it burns, it's ashes. It's not going to undo the matter that has been transformed permanently. What you would have to have is the total reversal of that entropy, effectively reversing just the very universal temporality itself, right? Because how do you get neurons that have lost the matter required in order to maintain connections with one another. Okay, great. So what we have is a literal example of reversal entropy physically breaking the entire concept of the universe to begin with. So what that means is that God can make it possible for there to be reverse entropy, literal breaking of physics as we know it. Okay, then that means if that is possible, if that's remotely possible, that would mean every single physics experiment is now null and void because it is possible for the literal antithesis of the existence of the universe. Do you understand? Like logically, this cannot happen.
One of their arguments is that you can't explain why things are always the same. Things stay the same. I forgot the expression for it. That the laws of physics are constant and stuff like that.
Because when God.
Yep.
Yes, but at the same time, they think
arbitrarily
it isn't
like that.
So this,
God can arbitrarily change it. So while we don't have a base for it, they think they have a base for it. That isn't a base because God can change it.
So this blows me away. See, this is the comment I received. They said when I made that explanation, they said God made the rules. Okay, posit that God can just willy-nilly change the rules. That means everything we observe, everything we know, all temporal reality is therefore potentially null and void because God can just say, fuck the rules. I'm gonna fucking make some shit up. And so how can you have a rigorous experiment? How can you confirm something to exist? What predictive quality can you, all science is fucked. If what you're saying is true, if God can literally make the rules, all science is fucked. I'm sorry. We can't have any predictive analysis ever.
If this is the third Thursday of the month, then God just might follow his tradition to change the laws of physics on that day.
Every Thursday is now it's all Thursday.
Every
there's no
third Thursday of the month.
There's no 7 days. It's just Thursday from here to the end of time.
Thursday,
it's just
there's rules.
What day is it? Thursday. Well, that's it. It's forever Thursday.
Third Thursday. It's only on the third Thursday of the month.
This makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah, there's a rules for how God is arbitrary.
So, I mean, this is what I was saying, like, and you know, I'm so glad that you mentioned this, and I think I'm going to use it in any future debates that I do, is rather than me come up with a topic, just simply ask these motherfuckers, what do you want to argue? Because these people, one of the worst possible questions that they could ask, because they're not asking whether or not God is real. That would have been easier for them. They have to determine whether or not that Christianity is logical. And I'm like, the very basis of Christianity isn't logical. They say it themselves. The Christians say that it's not logical. They say it's a matter of faith. It's not logic. I'm like, well, yeah. What?
We've been at this for 2 hours, and this is certainly on topic. We finally got 2 hours into this discussion. We're certainly on topic.
And he just touched on another thing that I wanted to bring up, because I think it was at the start of the debate when First Amender asked Bryce if leprechauns existed. His response was, I don't think they do, but let's hear a good argument. How would an argument prove that leprechauns exist? That's something that I would have wanted to know. How can you argue leprechauns into existence?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is that when it comes to my argument on the leprechauns things is that you can directly disprove leprechauns. Why? Here, I'll help you out. Matter doesn't fucking work that way. Light doesn't fucking work that way. There is no fucking gold at the end of a fucking rainbow. That's not how any of this shit works. And because none of that shit works that way, we can say leprechauns don't fucking exist. Very simple. Done. There is zero observation of this.
Yeah, no, but what I was getting at is the fact that he thinks that an argument in some way can prove the existence of something, which is what he is using for God, because all he has is arguments. He has no evidence, just arguments.
Let's remember that when asked for the reasons for his position, he wasn't able to produce anything.
No.
Right? So, he argues that faith is logical only when it supports his position, and somebody else commented, by the way, that at 1:48:30, 1 hour 48 minutes 30 seconds, Bryce used a slur against First Amender. Do you remember this, First Amender?
No.
Should have been disqualification, according to this poster. Should have been banned from the debate at that point. Slurs are not okay. First Amender.
I missed that too.
Let me just assume for a moment that you're going to start a debate channel, and this could be for anybody listening. I would love to see another debate. I would love to see a debate channel that I could sign on to and debate for or with, that didn't go south constantly. I really liked Non Sequitur. I'm sorry that they both went badly. But yeah, how would you set up a moderator if you were going to create a debate channel? This is your new venue. The way you're going to make money, you're going to set up these debates. You want a moderator. Do you choose different ones for different criteria?
So, in the past, I used to run a Discord server called Debate Politics, where I was bringing people on to come in and debate, and I tried to kind of push that forward a bit. And one of the things that I would do is that I was the moderator. And one thing, and even though that I'm highly biased in the way that I acted, or the way that I am, I would always remain fair. Even though that I fundamentally disagreed with somebody, I ensured that debates remained cordial and that they were operating in good faith. I've even had contests where I have, the way that I organized this contest was there would be roughly 10 minutes of debate, and all I did was I would have an Excel spreadsheet up to bring up logical fallacies that are committed, as well as any interruptions that happened. And whoever did the most interruptions or logical fallacies was the loser of the debate. It didn't matter if they were right wing, left wing. It was literally just count, and then I would write down what was the offending factor. And those were like some of my earliest contests that I would do, which were really, really interesting.
Just a hypothetical suggestion for a moment. And this is either for you directly, and it might just be for you directly, or for anybody listening. The Texas State Board of Education wanted to teach in our textbooks that the U.S. Constitution was based on a covenant between God and Moses, meaning specifically the Ten Commandments. Even though the First Amendment contradicts the First Commandment.
Yes.
It didn't matter. They wanted to teach that anyway. So if you're doing a debate on any particular, say if it's that one, how would you choose a moderator to be neutral when we had what we had in that meeting with the Texas State Board of Education? We had historians, degrees, they were degreed historians, PhDs in history, multiple of them, come to give citations from the founding fathers and so forth to explain how, when they adamantly said the United States is not that our founding documents are not based on the Ten Commandments, but that they're actually based on on Locke or other scholars of Greek democracy or whatever. And the Board of Education is just going to ignore those. They're going to ignore anything the opposition says. Doesn't matter how the scholarship is. How do you set up a debate to choose a moderator on different topics where you admit you have a bias, and so you shouldn't moderate the debate yourself, but you should choose another person to moderate that debate? How do you decide, given the situation I just explained?
Well, I would probably look for somebody that is just good at managing the time, and also have a track record that they're not biased in the way that they moderate. I would probably look for somebody like that, albeit that type of person is very rare.
And how do you find them? Because if the issue is a matter of historical fact, would you not want a historian?
Yeah, I mean, for sure a historian, and then whoever's on the other side.
Are they not
theologian.
biased to reality versus fantasy?
That's a good question. I think you got me there. It's there's a balance.
I want to inspire somebody to create a debate channel, because I think that debates are important, not necessarily the type of stage debates that we've seen, and I'll tell you why. When you get on stage to debate, you've got two people who are arguing past each other.
Yeah, and they're talking to the audience.
Right. We're both talking to the audience. We know the other person is not going to change their mind. Well, I've had people tell me, you're not going to change my mind, I'm not going to change yours, and I have to correct them. If you were right, you could change my mind.
Yeah.
The reason you cannot is because you're not. You're not right. I am. Yeah. And the reason you're not going to change your mind is because you are committed to a faith-based belief. But I want somebody to create a debate venue that is of worth, that has moderators that actually adhere to some decorum, so that we don't just have homophobic Nazis and flat earthers dominate.
Yeah.
It can't be that the more intellectually adept and capable have to leave because the moderator can't do their fucking job.
No, I agree.
But Arn, I don't think that being biased is a problem when you're moderating a debate. The only thing you need to do as a moderator is stick to the rules of the debate.
In the debate that we're supposed to be talking about right now, I had to remind everybody, we're here to discuss whether Christianity is logical. We're not here to discuss whether God exists.
Exactly.
In all fairness, Max did jump in at some point and said we need to go back to the topic of the debate. He did that at least once.
Max, was that the guy with the speech impediment that opened up?
He doesn't have a speech impediment.
No. Max was the guy who desperately tried to get your name right.
Oh, the moderator.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the guy who did
as.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to Sherba Marte Talks. He's a good guy. He's a nice guy.
We need to go back to the topic of the debate, and we're not talking about the existence of God, but we need to talk about Christianity. So he did do that at least once.
Heard this person, I apologize, but I didn't see the moderator moderate.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Not a lot. He could have done more. And that's why I said the bias doesn't matter. So if you have a topic of debate, you need to make sure that the debate stays on topic. And no matter if
let's just discuss this for a moment, because I think there are certain rules that must, when you're going to do a debate, there's things like, you can't just assert whatever you want to assert and expect us to accept it as true until somebody else proves it wrong. If you're going to make an assertion, it is up to you to show the truth of it. You have to show the support for your own position. You can't just assert whatever you want and then say, hey, prove me wrong, and I'm right until proven wrong. Because that's what is the name of that fallacy? There is a fallacy with it that identifies that.
Where they name something as wrong?
Where they say whatever I say is right until somebody proves it wrong. Is it the argument from ignorance? Is it the argument from incredulity?
Incredulity?
It's one of those. But it's where you make the statement and it's you just expect that everybody's going to accept it right.
Prove you wrong.
And that it's true without any support at all until somebody else proves it wrong.
That's the shifting of the burden of proof.
So
it is that, but there's another name for it too.
I had a side comment that somebody had pointed out. This is a bit of a sidebar where they said, hey, First Amender, you should stop saying the R slur. It is 2026. My girlfriend watches you and I am tired of hearing it. Okay, listen, I dislike Republicans a lot and I use the R slur because I was born in the 90s. Listen, okay, if it really does bother you, I'll stop. Does that make you feel better? I hope so. If it does, then great. Subscribe. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, we've been at this for a couple of hours. I want everything we say from here on to be on topic.
Yes. Will do.
Apart from this, Starfield 1874 offers $20 and says, I bought your audiobook today and have been enjoying it. Thanks, Aaron. Thank you very much for that.
Work.
And a First Amender, when we did this debate, I was so upset that you don't realize you're being honest. You're arguing in good faith.
Yeah.
Against a religious fundamentalist.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck what the truth is.
I've noticed that in a lot of people. Sometimes there are people that legitimately do care. I think, like, for example, Anthony, he barely could talk. He just, again.
Is that the first person that was not Bryce, but his partner?
His partner. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's actually genuinely a good guy. We've had good faith discussions and we do end up on we're just agree to disagree point. I require like there to be empirical facts backing it up.
When it's something that you can prove that what the other person said is absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
How do you agree to disagree on that?
Yeah. Well, so from him, it's
when they say that 2 + 2 = 5, agree to disagree. What do you do?
Yeah. Well, from him, it's a matter of faith. What do? I mean, I just have to say, okay, well, we agree to disagree. Axiomatically, I'm stuck in reality and you are not in reality. I just like that, but that's kind of the point of Christianity is like, it's there to, but here's an example, this is, well, okay, hold on. No, we got to stay on topic. But no, it's relatively
dragging this off topic for like you've been doing for the last 2 hours entirely on your own without me.
So I had a situation, and I guess this is kind of semi-related to Anthony. I had a lady who I would help with their computer. I'm a computer guy, and they were an accountant that physically had a church connected to their accounting office. They had to have been a very good accountant to come up with that idea, but they had a church physically connected to their accounting office. And she, and it's such an unfortunate situation. The owner, who was also the pastor of the church, he ended up, with a stroke, and a bad one too, like a really bad stroke. And, he was slurring his speech. He could barely talk. He was in a wheelchair. Horrible situation. And, and most of the money that was being garnered was from this guy doing his accounting work. And he was just completely incapable to help people with accounting anymore. And there was just left their wife who was also a minister, who was a faith healer. She believed in the power of faith healing. And this poor lady, she was sitting there taking care of, saying that she will cure her husband, and that God, this is just a test, and that, the book of Job is her favorite book. And I thought to myself, I was like, honestly, if she knew what I knew, I don't think she'd be alive. I think that she would have likely have ended herself. And there's like a moment of respite for people to remain ignorant in their position. I could not.
What I've experienced is that people often think that if I didn't hold to this faith, then life would have no value. If we only live while we live, and then at the end there's nothing.
Yeah.
I prefer to believe that I'm going to live on in eternity and everything.
Yeah.
I've talked to an awful lot of people who have come away from religious belief, who they're embarrassed and they're upset at how much of the one life they have that they've wasted in this delusion.
Yeah.
But that last little bit they've got, they appreciate that.
Yeah. And specifically with Anthony, I mean, again, you didn't get to know him at all. I think he's kind of in that realm. I think he started with an engineering degree, and he couldn't finish schooling because it was too expensive. And now he's more into like theological studies as a result. And he had always been into orthodoxy. And, I've had these discussions with him, but I mean, he's not a bad person. Now the Bryce character, I mean, he's the whole other can of worms. I didn't like him at all.
Total bad faith arguments.
Super bad faith. Yes.
Yeah. And Bryce wants to antagonize people so that he can then later say, see, they blew up.
Yeah. See, they got mad.
He actually said that a couple of times. He said that a couple of times during the debate. See, they're losing it. They're losing it. They're losing their shit because they can't win. No,
it's
that's
a funny
not
thing.
Why they're losing it.
Yeah.
They're losing it because you're...
I'm sorry, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
It's a funny thing how often I've seen where people like the Klutschke brothers, or father and son, they are deliberately dishonest on purpose.
How do you spell that? Klutschke brothers?
You'd have to look up.
I know how to spell it because it's a German name.
Okay, but anyway, it's the Klutschke father and son team, and their whole game is to constantly interrupt you and insult you, and paraphrase everything incorrectly as possible, to the point that you become, if you care about the truth, if you care about intellectual honesty, you will begin to become frustrated with how dishonest they're being.
Yeah.
They count that as winning.
Yes. Well, a lot of people do.
That's called gaslighting, by the way.
Yeah, it's a part of the
you
rhetorical tactic.
That what you think is not what you think.
Yeah.
It's gaslighting.
And so like with Bryce, I've noticed it was just more of that, and anybody who doesn't think like me must be wrong. People accuse me of being that way, where it's like, no, here's the empirical evidence. Look, here it is. There it is. Take for example, they'll say something like, how do you know sex and gender are different? I'm like, here, take a look at this neurobiological study. This shows physical differences in trans individuals and the morphology of their brain. Here it is. Here's the chart. There you go. And then they're like, so men are men and women are women, right? I'm like, what the fuck? Why do I even spend the time to show somebody any empirical basis behind this stuff? They just totally disregard it. And then they're like, well, I don't trust it. I don't believe it. It's bullshit. And I'm like, okay, dude. I mean, I don't know. You get to be in La La Land and just kind of self-affirm, be in like your own little hug box, and I'll keep doing my debate show.
Yeah, aside from, there's been two really fantastic debates, and one of them was Bill Nye against Ken Ham. But aside from those two really brilliant ones, I think my favorite debate that I've ever seen was my own wife, debating someone on the issue of abortion. My wife never did a public debate. She's not a, she has, she feels a little inhibited about being on stage in front of people and all of that, especially when she knows it's going to be a caustic audience or whatever.
Yeah.
But I was really impressed at how she debated this person who was promoting what they call right to life, and the enemy, the opponent in this, the interlocutor in this debate, admitted that she had deliberately underdosed scores of teenage girls with the expectation that if you don't time the time that you take the pill exactly at the same time every day, because the dose is so low, you have to match it so precisely, that they were going to end up with more pregnancies, that they were going to end up with more abortions, because she worked for an abortion clinic. So the woman admitted that she has absolutely no ethics
Committed
at all.
a crime. She should she should be in jail.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the one debate that my wife had ever done, and I thought that the way that she performed was absolutely brilliant. I don't see, and I thought that my wife had clearly won. She showed that the person that she's debating against is nothing short of evil. I would like to see a debate forum where there is some degree of accountability, where there is some degree of moderation. Now, the debate my wife did was for the Bible and Beer Consortium, which is weird, because it's fundamentalist Christians who promote beer and cigars.
Mm-hmm. The guy with the beard,
with bacon,
with a stupidly long beard,
bacon and shellfish,
yeah.
With like 19 children. Yeah.
I've always said, as a joke, I would say, hey, do you have one of those like talking Mr. Bassman things that would, like, the plastic thing that would like sing as a bass? I'm like, because there is a verse in the Bible that specifically says, you shall not have an idol of anything that exists in the heavens above or in the waters below. So if you have a statue of a fish or of any, or a dolphin or any of those kinds, you're already the Catholic Church. Listen, just FYI, the Catholic Church, if that verse is true, is fucked. It's super fucked. If any of this stuff is true,
I think we've been going on for quite a while, and we're going to have to close it up soon. But I want to part with this, if I can. I don't see a lot of value in stage debates.
Yeah,
where you have two people on stage and their goal
No.
is to speak past each other to try to convince the audience. The only value I see in those debates is when it comes to the Q&A, because that's when the audience brings the real truth that that both of the parties need to address, and that's when you see who's really got the goods and who's really full of shit.
Have you seen the Q&As with modern day debate? It's I mean, like, I think with almost every single question taken to me, I was referred to as first offender, and all sorts of just vitriolic nonsense. And that's really where it's at right now. It's really a shame.
That is the difference, I think, between modern day debate and ARON RA, because since I'm the one who takes the questions from the chat and puts them into the private chat in StreamYard.
Yes.
If you can super chat, if you super chat just to insult someone on the panel, it's not going to be read out, which is the difference between
fabulous.
ARON, and that's what I think it should be.
Yeah. I completely agree with you there.
And the point I was going to make on that is, when we were talking about science debates go on all the time, but they're never on stage.
No.
Because it's not a pair of performers.
Yeah.
So in a live debate, when you have two people on stage, that you have one guy that will just cite all kinds of shit that you can't verify on the fly.
Yeah.
How can you?
Gish galloping, just like a
Right.
ton of gish galloping. It reminds me of, what is it? The Dave Farina and what's that one scientist who's
James
just
Tour?
an evangelical
We're being
Christian?
charitable. We're being charitable by calling him a scientist.
Well, he's a, I don't know, about
He's
an
a
engineer,
synthetic.
a synthetic engineer,
Yeah,
chemist,
whatever the fuck that means.
yeah, whatever the fuck, yeah. But beside that, like, it's, you had those two people, and he's sitting there trying to want you to draw on the board, like, hey, give me these specific, and it's like, it's there on the papers, but in the moment, how are you going to sit there and draw that entire thing on the board? There's like 20 different amino acids to draw. Like, what? It's like, it's completely idiotic.
The way science does debates is never on stage. It's not a pair of performers in front of an audience. It's always in writing. And
That
the
way
audience,
nothing's missed.
right. And so
you could address everything.
where were the fuck, what is that idiot's name? I keep forgetting. James Tour.
James Tour.
When he makes his stupid ass fucking comment, we're not doing it on stage. He makes it in writing, and then the opponent gets a chance to look up the cited studies, read what they actually say.
Yeah.
And he already knows what the actual studies are, and he realizes that James Tour is trying to deflect to some other fucking thing. And so he can come back in with an intelligent response.
There's a way around that, Arn. There is a way around that, because every once in a while Jackson Wheat still does debates or more conversations. Not debates, but he will have a younger creationist on. When we do that, because I produced Jackson's show then too, we have the ability, so Jackson can go and look for a paper. He will shoot me the link, and I can bring up the paper on screen, and we can go over the paper. That is a possibility if you have conversations like that, and that would be possible for both sides. So if a young earth creationist wants to bring up a scientific paper that confirms their point, that's also possible. So
but when it happens on stage, and this has happened to me, somebody will cite a study on stage, and I've got 10 minutes to reply to a study I've never read or heard of.
Yeah.
And then, of course, how do you do that adequately? And then when I go home, I look it up, and I realize, oh, if I had read this and I already knew it, this is how I would have responded. But in a written debate, you can do that. When dipshit creationist throws out a study, you can go and how many times have I done this? Because I used to
as if the scientist agrees with a fucking idiotic creationist nonsense to begin with. There is not a single, they're not going to find a single actual published study where it's like they literally believe in a young earth. It's stupid.
Every time when I used to own League of Reason, which for whatever reason that doesn't exist anymore, because the notice that I got was apparently the server doesn't provide discussion or doesn't support discussion groups like that anymore, which is really upsetting to me because there was a lot of valuable stuff there. But when somebody would cite a study and there is a written debate, I then have the time to read and verify whatever the claim made. And so I can make an intelligent response to it. And it doesn't matter that I impress an audience in 20 minutes in a written debate. It matters that I got the shit right.
Yeah.
Because the facts matter.
I agree.
In a written debate. So I mean, that's just the way that the science debates are done. Nonetheless, even though I credit little value at all to these live debates, at least in the matter of politics, I think that we still need to have them. And I would love to have a channel that actually supports that and knows how to make that work without doing what every other debate channel has done so far, which is fall into corruption.
Yeah. There's got to be a way to do it.
I
I
have to say that it's not just politics. I think on the topic of religion, it's also still important. I mean, you probably get much more than I do, but I still get emails from people who said, "Hey, I left the religion because I watched one of your debates." I literally had a woman respond to one of my shows. She was a Christian, and I had some obnoxious street preacher on who, after we had him on, he emailed me, I think, over 100 times within several hours, some of which were actual death threats.
Wow.
So literal death threats. I know someone,
Yeah.
and I will send him over and he'll fix you. And so this woman replied to something that we were talking about. We were talking about domestic abuse, and she replied to something about that. And the reply she got from that guy were so vile and disgusting that by the time I had asked her, "Hey, come on my show and we'll do a show with you." By the time she came on, she was an atheist, just based on the comments that the back and forth that she had with the street preacher. And so I still think that when it comes to religion, especially when it comes to fundamentalist religions, such as Christianity, who will basically treat women as possession,
Yeah.
I think it's still of value to have those conversations. I know for a lot of people, over time, it becomes tedious because you keep arguing the exact same thing. I keep in mind, I'm not doing this because I want to argue the same thing. There might be new people in the chat, or there might be new people watching the debate, and for them, that's all new.
Yeah.
And you will still be able to reach some of the people.
So, Aaron, just out of curiosity, how do you feel about, say, Jubilee? Like, do you know that I don't know if you've ever been in touch with them.
Who are they?
Jubilee, like a really huge, it's where you have like a circle of people surrounding one person. Do you know what I'm talking about? Oh man, that's a huge YouTube channel there that you had all sorts of very prominent debaters and speakers arguing their perspective. Let me see if I can pull it up. But that obviously probably isn't.
Once upon a time, that I could be one of 20 people to ask a question about some idiot creationist who was the star of the show.
Yeah.
And I said, so I misunderstood. You're not suggesting that I be the center person to argue to argue against 20 idiot creationists?
Yeah.
You want
it's
me
the other
to
way
be
around.
You want me to be one of the rational people to argue against your insane idiot?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to participate in that.
I get you. Yeah, and I've seen that sometimes, because sometimes they'll have, like, for example, a Democrat or somebody who's at least a progressive
Isn't
in
that
the
what
center
Jordan Peterson
with a
did?
bunch of far right people, but then you'll have the exact other side as well. And I agree with you, where it's like, if you have, these crazy people, like Pierce Morgan in the center of 20 woke liberals, it's like, is horrendous. It really, I mean, but it gets a
Pierce
ton
Morgan
of views.
versus anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck, that
He's
guy
an
is
idiot.
dumb.
Total
How the
idiot.
fuck did he get a show?
Yeah, I don't know, but he did. I mean that tells you, really, just mentally speaking, where everybody is at. I mean, as soon as you start citing, some sort of endocrinological paper on trans people, for example, they'll sit there and say, the argument from authority. And I'm like, argument, it's a relevant authority, you idiot. It has nothing to do with an argument from authority.
The fallacy would be argument from false authority.
Yeah. Well,
that's the fallacy.
Well, specifically, the fallacy is talking about
Richard Dawkins about trans rights is an argument from false authority.
Yes, that's an argument from authority. Exactly. Because obviously,
because
he doesn't know anything about endocrinology. He doesn't know shit about it.
The word false needs to be in there. It's not a fallacy. If you're arguing about a topic and you're referring to the world's leading expert on that topic, that's not fallacious to cite that guy.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about endocrinology and you're talking to a zoologist, the fuck?
Exactly. Exactly. You know, trust me, I am a scientist in mechanical engineering, so I know everything about abiogenesis. Like, okay, dude, you fucking douchebag. What a douchebag. I'm sorry for my language.
So I would, as much as I disrespect public debates, and especially stage debates, I'll still do it. I'll still win. But the fact of the matter is, when we're talking about what is real legitimate truth, you can't have somebody come up on stage and then cite a bunch of papers that your opponent hasn't read that aren't even on the topic of what you're discussing. And I can't rebut them because I haven't read them. And how am I supposed to do that while I'm fucking on stage?
Yeah.
Right? A written debate is how science is done.
Exactly.
But I still support the idea of having two people perform on stage to present their different arguments, speaking to the audience, even if one of them, not me, but the other guy, is too dishonest to change their position, even if proven wrong.
So I really like your idea, and I need to think about it heavily, really, really just delve into some nitty gritty on it. And
you need to have I'll email you for different topics.
I will email you on what I come up with and see if there's something that can be done here. I think there is, and I know enough people to where it's totally possible. So it's not a no, but I need time to think about it, and I'll email you. You'll see an email shortly.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify, if you shoot one of the debaters, it makes you look like you were going to lose.
Like when you say shoot the debaters, like you mean like
with a gun. It makes it look like you were going to lose.
Yeah.
So if you're right, there's no reason to shoot the wrong guy. You can prove the wrong guy is wrong. You don't have to shoot him.
Yeah. I wonder, like, see, I'm just spitballing ideas. What if it was like you have debates, they're in written form, and then you present the writing into videos? Like you just have, comments with, like, I don't know. It's a spitballed idea.
You know how I built my channel, right? There's like, I just did a thing. I just uploaded a video on this yesterday. Stephen Meyer gets on Piers Morgan and says a bunch of embarrassingly stupid idiot shit.
Yeah.
And then I have a panel of scientists that to address every one of his idiot points.
Yeah.
I had Sean Carroll talking about the Big Bang.
Yeah.
I had P.Z. Myers
talking about it. And it is mentally exhausting to have to go through all of that, because all they got to do is just spitball the most radical, insane shit. It takes them 5 minutes, and then there you are, trying to address the problems, and it takes 2 hours for you to
but I get to interview Sean Carroll and P.Z. Myers and Gerd Muller, and I'm talking to the world's leading experts on these topics, who are all showing me exactly how Stephen Meyer is an ignorant putz who should take his finger out of his nose.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not a bad way to earn a living.
Yeah.
And to express the truth of a situation.
I've tried to get academics like to speak with them, but I think because I'm too small, people assume that, you know, me in bad faith. But like, for example, there's like uh, they're a psychologist as well as a neurobiologist that wrote a book called Brain Gender. I absolutely adore this book. And I've tried to get her on, Melissa Hines. I've probably emailed her about 15, 20 times. No response. And I'm like, damn, I don't even know how do I even get in touch with these academics? I know their email is on the, you know, on a university page, but I hardly, if ever, get a response.
In order to complete my series on Stephen Myers, the next person that I have to interview is an exobiologist. Everybody has told me that the person that I need to talk to is Neil deGrasse Tyson. I know that Neil deGrasse Tyson is not the foremost expert on this.
Yeah.
But it would be brilliant if I could talk to him.
Yeah.
I have spoken to him before in venues that were set up by other people, but sadly, he doesn't answer my emails.
He doesn't answer your emails?
Who am I?
You have 300K subscribers. Who the hell am I? I'm fucking sitting here. I'm three subs shy of 1,000. That's where I'm sitting at. Like,
Arn,
I only just started doing this, taking this seriously a year and a half ago. So that's why
I might be able to help you. I work with someone who was part of Neil deGrasse Tyson's Star Talk. Remember?
Ooh.
Let me know if you can get me 20 minutes with Neil deGrasse.
I will do my best.
I was embarrassed that he took invitations from people that I worked with, but not from me. I've met the man, I've talked to him, but he's not. He doesn't realize that we are of the same motivation. He thinks we're of different motivations, and that's the problem.
You think?
Yeah.
But wouldn't he know you? Like, everybody knows
Why would Neil deGrasse Tyson know who I am?
Why? I mean, I've seen you all over YouTube.
I am not famous.
Yeah, but
I wander around the streets of my city, and
nobody notices you.
I just look like everybody else.
You come in, you're the long black hair. This dude walking in, this big 6'4" guy in full black.
6'4".
What are you?
I don't know why everybody thinks I'm bigger than I am.
I don't know.
The thing I keep hearing from people is, you're shorter than I thought you would be. Yeah, thanks.
How tall are you? I'm only 5'11". I'm 5'11". Yeah.
I'm 6'0".
Okay, all right. So
wasn't that famously Neil 604 who said that you're shorter than I imagine?
Yeah, well, he's one of many, but he is a genuinely big guy. He's at least he's at least 6'2", if not bigger. So he always struck me as a very big guy, Neil 604. But the thing is, Neil deGrasse and I actually have, though he doesn't seem to realize it, we have the same motivation. We're both coming from the same place, trying to get to the same place.
Mm-hmm.
Though I don't think he realizes it.
That's wild.
You both shared the same love of science and how to communicate it to other people,
and for the same reasons, nonetheless.
Yes.
I mean, I would imagine you would email him and say, "I'm a science communicator just like you." You know, right? Like,
in all fairness,
you would think you would get a response out of that, but I didn't.
Jeez.
Yeah, but
it makes me wonder if there's like spam filters or something.
Yeah, how many people would email him? So he has to have some kind of filter that filters people out that he doesn't know.
How are you going to convince him to be on the show with you?
Money. Yeah. Request an interview. Media. I'm looking at his contact page and it says media only, please. You're not media only.
one of the reasons that I suffer through abject poverty is because what I'm doing is not financially motivated. It's I do what I do because I believe in
You believe in
truth
it.
and understanding and
Mm-hmm.
science. And money is not my primary motivation, which is why I'm going to die in abject poverty and probably really soon.
You got plenty of years ahead of you. Come on.
Yeah, I don't have
I
insurance
believe you.
anymore
Yeah, I believe you.
because I fought for 25 years against Christian nationalism and they finally took away my health care.
Jesus. Well, hopefully
So I'm
hopefully in
in
the
my
coming years, I mean, the
60s.
Democrats have been winning left and right, and I'm
I
hoping
am
that
in
a
my
progressive
60s and I now have to live without health care and I
It's
ride
not
a
good.
motorcycle.
Good point. Great. That's a great point. You know, it's so funny. Insurance companies, they're like, well, we want everybody, you know, to be safe, but also it's not required if you ride a motorcycle. Fucking
To wear a
douchebags. These douchebags, they suck, dude. They don't give a crap about
That's
you.
part of my health care
They're like,
plan.
you're
is
too
I
much
don't
of a
wear
risk.
helmet. But part of my health care plan is that I don't wear a helmet so that maybe
Yeah.
it won't be a long, prolonged death.
There you go. Just quick. Just end it. Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
blame it. I get it.
Because there was another guy, quite a famous guy here in my neighborhood, who was like in his 70s, and somebody changed lanes in front of him and dropped him in front of an 18-wheeler. And I'm like, of all the ways that I've seen people die, I think I like that one better.
Oh my God.
Give me 9
It's
out
at
of
least
18
quick.
wheels to run over my head at 60.
I ride around, and I swear I have, I ride around on an electric scooter. It's actually it's very fast. It goes up to 30.
You're
goes
so
30.
going to impress me right
What?
now?
Why?
Really?
What? I ride around in this electric scooter and I have a motorcycle helmet. I do. I have this. What is so funny? Listen, I come out as a woke soy boy liberal. I live the life. I am the woke soy boy liberal. This is it. You know?
I have to say, in the U.S., riding an electric scooter could be a lot more dangerous than riding a motorcycle because
it is.
They will acknowledge a motorcycle on the road.
They will
an
not
electric
acknowledge.
scooter?
Yeah. They don't. They super do not
Not at
acknowledge
all.
you. Though, with that being said, I wear a motorcycle helmet, and sometimes I go into like a bar or I go into a restaurant or whatever.
Are you? Where in the world are you?
Florida.
Oh, that's right. You said that earlier in the show. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So,
I very rarely get to Florida, and I get out as quick as I can.
Well, let me know. Let me know. I'd be more than happy to tell you what town I'm in. I do not do so in public because I have been doxxed in the past at my job. And thankfully I got to keep my job because my job did, they checked on me and they're like, you're fine. It's just online trolls. And so thankfully, but, I'd be more than happy to divulge that kind of information with you. I would trust you, on that. And, yeah,
It's not like I want to go riding with you because
on my little electric scooter. Yeah, no, but I would go into like a place where there's like other people congregating, and then they're like, "What do you ride?" Because they see my my helmet, and I'm just like, "Oh man, just wait till I show you." And I bust out the little electric scooter.
my wife, my tiny little Vietnamese wife,
Yeah.
has a Triumph Bonneville 1200.
What is that? Let me look.
I've had to ride that down to the shop to have some adjustments made on it a couple of times. And it's funny, I have this
Holy
bike
crap.
that my Indian Chief vintage.
Yeah.
It has just a phenomenal amount of torque, but it doesn't matter because it's so fucking heavy.
Yeah.
It's basically a station wagon on two wheels. But hers is just a ridiculous amount of power in a tiny little frame. I mean, she goes, well, my wife asked me, will this jump
fairness,
up on
that
one
fits
wheel? I'm like,
Lilandra.
"Oh, this will go up on one wheel accidentally if I'm not careful."
Oh, Jesus. Jesus.
Arn,
That's wild.
Arn,
Yes.
Arn. So, how you describe the motorcycle, that's also how you would describe Lilandra. Just saying. Tremendous amount
Explain.
of power in a tiny little frame.
Oh yeah, I get you. That makes
Oh.
sense. And one of the justifications that she made for buying this bike, she sent me a picture of Anne Margaret on
Mhm.
her Triumph Bonneville and Lemmy Kilmister on his Triumph Bonneville.
Ooh.
And I'm like, honey, I know what a Triumph Bonneville is. I'm a biker from back in the old day. I know what the fuck a Triumph Bonneville is.
That's crazy. That's good stuff. I
Yeah.
wish I knew
It is.
more about
It's really fun.
motorcycles. I don't know
bike-
anything about
The
them.
bike is so much small. It's way too small for me physically. But the amount of power to package,
Yeah.
that's a beast.
Is it a
It-
T?
I look like a monkey humping a football, but it'll take off faster than my bike, and it'll change lanes faster than my bike. It's nimble
cool.
as fuck, and it's beautiful too. My bike is beautiful, no doubt.
I'm looking at
My
a
engine-
Triumph Bonneville T120 black. It's $12,895 for it.
Yes,
Wow.
yes,
Very nice.
that's my wife's bike. Yeah, and it's way badass.
Yeah.
If she had the experience in riding that I do, I just wouldn't be able to keep up with her, even though my bike is technically better.
Yeah.
I have more horsepower, I have more torque, all of that. But if she had the experience in riding, she'd just be gone, and I just wouldn't be able to keep up.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. Well, I'm trying to think if there is anything that we missed on the debate that happened with Bryce and
The fact that they could not get to the point.
yeah, is the
Yes.
biggest.
Yeah.
So Bryce argued wrongly that Jesus is God, and it doesn't matter what all the Bible scholars say. It doesn't matter what the Bible
Mhm.
very clearly says over and over again.
Doesn't even matter what Jesus says.
I found the same thing. Like Jesus
Exactly.
himself said he's the Son of God. He said it over and over, and they somehow like commandeered that to then be like, well, Jesus is God and God is the Spirit and the Holy whatever fucking nonsense.
so-
No matter how,
Help me out here, Arn. Isn't it that they invented the whole Trinity thing to get past the first commandment? Because
indeed
Jesus
it
was actually opposed to the first commandment. You can't get through him.
but I don't
Well,
understand.
thou
They
have
they
no
could've-
other gods before
they-
me.
But they
Yes.
could have gone the way of Islam, where they're like, okay, Jesus is not he's a prophet. He's just a prophet, like Muhammad or whatever fucking bullshit. I mean, at least we know where Muhammad is. Muhammad, that's an actual body. Like that you could actually go and see the grave of Muhammad. We don't have that for Jesus, unfortunately.
Can you?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Are you entirely sure about that? I
Whether or not
challenge
it's
you to look
Muhammad's
that
body.
up.
Well, I don't. They have the grave. They say it's Muhammad.
They also
And
have
that's it.
the tomb for Jesus that they claim.
They claim that it's
No.
the real tomb. I see what you're
Right.
saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
The thing is with like
And
the whole.
Aisha, whom he married at 6,
you know,
we have to respect Muhammad that when he married a
oh yeah, it was
6-year-old,
horrendous.
that he did not
Nightmare.
consummate that
Yeah.
marriage until she was 9.
Oh, much better. Great.
Oh yeah.
Kill me. I want to die. I don't want to die. Jeez, that's a nightmare. No, so that, so
And the way that Muhammad met Aisha,
Yeah.
was through Epstein, who apparently requisitioned her from Mar-a-Lago and was sent over by Donald
man.
Trump.
There you go. There you go. There is
Arn, Arn, the spam goes here makes a good point, and I've used that because I'm in Europe, and so the Catholic Church is still a big thing. But so we don't have Jesus's grave, we don't have the tomb, we don't have his body, but we do have. The spam goes here says 20. I don't think it's 20, but I think we have at least over a dozen of his foreskins. All acknowledged by
Some
the Catholic
fucking
Church
icon.
as being real.
There is.
All right, let me close with this, because we have to close up at some point. But I do. The people that we debated on who said that Eastern Orthodox are the only Christianity, and this makes me think that we should have done this debate with one Catholic, one Eastern Orthodox, one Protestant, one Mormon, one Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
You know, maybe then
That
we
would
would
have
have
made
actually
sense.
gotten to the topic.
Yeah.
If you had done that, Arn, they would have ended up fighting each other instead of you two.
And I wouldn't have had to do
there.
a thing.
You would.
Yeah,
you
you
would
just sit
never
there.
have gotten a word in edgewise.
Yeah.
It would be fun to watch.
I went to
I'd
an
watch it.
interfaith debate, which I loved this. There was a beautiful interfaith thing that was done in Kansas City, and it was at an atheist event. And they brought in a Catholic and a Protestant minister and a Hindu and a Muslim and a Jew. And the funny thing about the Jew was that he admitted on stage that I am an atheist. I should be in the audience with the rest of you.
I have a hypothesis of what I think is likely the real Jesus. And tell me because I know you've spoken with a lot of theologians and scholars, that I'm curious as to what you think of my hypothesis. So I believe that Jesus Christ was a real person. He did exist, and he was
at least one, and I think more than one.
Yeah, well, hold on. I'll get to that. I think that he had a lot of followers. He did some stuff that impressed ancients of the time, and it pissed off the Romans. The Romans then took him and then crucified him, and then put him not in the burial chamber that they claim, but rather just into a mass grave, which is what they typically did with the Romans crucifixions, just a mass grave. And then the followers probably asked him, where did you put his body? And the Roman soldier told them, yeah, okay. Yeah, we put him in the tomb up there. Why don't you go there and check? They go and they check, and then they find that the tomb is empty. And then and because he had meant so much to them, that they must have assumed and received hallucinations that Jesus Christ is still around. This happens for people who deeply care about another individual. They start to see hallucinations of somebody who had just recently died. And so this brought up the myths of the resurrection. And then shortly after, there were other people that were named Jesus around those areas that either changed their name to Jesus or were originally called Jesus because it was a relatively common name. And
Jesus of Damnius and Jesus of Athanasius and so forth.
Or Nazareth or Bethlehem. Like, where the fuck is he born? It can't be all these places, right? So I think that, and as he died and time had went on, they wanted to show how powerful he was. And one of the things that they did is say, well, look, he could turn to water into wine. See, Dionysus could do that, but guess what? So can Jesus Christ. And so, and that's what I think the story.
Dionysus did it better.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot more sex involved. It's much better. But so if I had to guess, that's what I believe the very real Jesus Christ would have been, and that's about it.
Jesus was a first century faith healer, no different than the faith healers we still have today. He told his followers that they needed to forsake everything.
Yeah,
Give him all of their money.
yeah,
Don't worry about having anything left for clothing or food. Give me all of your money. And you can't be my disciple unless you hate your mother and your father and your sister
Yep.
and your brother
That's
and your wife and even your whole life. Give up everything for me. Then Jesus forsake his own family to say, yeah, my mother and my brother are waiting outside, but these people who worship me, these are the new family. These are my family. Jesus was an absolute cult leader.
Mm-hmm.
He led a death cult.
Yeah. Well, it's still a death cult to this day. As to whether or not Jesus himself argued his weird death cult, I don't know. I can't say for sure. I did read the Bible. I read exactly what it said. But I mean, I think my hypothesis holds valid in the sense that I've read actual historical accounts. You know, we have only Tacitus and that one Roman emperor. What was his name? Pontius, I think. I forget which one. But
Tacitus never wrote about Jesus, though.
He wrote about the Christ cult, but not.
Yes,
he wrote about Christians who believed that Jesus was crucified. He never wrote about Jesus because that was also in the next century when he wrote that.
That is also true. Yes, I'm aware of that. And so it's about as close that we can possibly get to an actual Jesus, and that's all we have. It's wild.
I want to ask the audience an important question on this. If Jesus was real, if God was real, and Jesus is, his actual publicity manager here on earth, how could there be people like myself who point out all of the logistical and scientific and ethical inadequacies and contradictions of this character? How could I exist if Christianity was real?
Aaron, you don't understand. See, God had made rules himself, and he had sent himself to then save you from himself. You're not thinking of this logically, Aaron. You don't get it. It doesn't make any fucking sense, no matter how. Like, why did God put the tree of Eden in the middle? The middle of the fucking, like, it even says it. He put it right smack dab in the center, and he's like, hey, how long are you going to be here in the fucking garden? Forever. For fucking ever. And it's like, okay, so you're guaranteed to pick the fucking fruit. Why did he do that?
Is that the only tree?
I don't fucking know.
No. Let me help you out with this. There were two trees. One of them is the tree of knowledge of eternal life. Oh, excuse me, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The other one is the tree of eternal life. Those were the choices that we had. We could eat of any fruit of the tree, any fruit of the garden. We could just, Adam could have just eaten peach trees and decided that he only liked peaches.
I wonder if they involved the tree of Zakum while they're at it,
The same thing. She could have had kumquats for the rest of her life and everything being fine.
Yeah.
But you had a choice. Knowledge of good and evil or eternal life.
Hey, Adam's just sitting there telling her, like, shut up, rib. Like, it's fucking, it's just insane.
And after Adam and Eve got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, he had to guard the entrance, because if they had been able to get back and eat from the tree of life, they would still have eternal life. That's why they couldn't come back in.
And God admits this. God admits that after the fall, that he has to get Adam and Eve out of the garden, because if they also reach out their hand and and eat of the fruit of the tree of life, then they would live forever, which means that they were not going to live forever anyway. They had to eat. They were already mortal, but if they ate of the fruit of the tree of eternal life, then they would eat forever. Then they would live forever. And they would never have to eat again.
I mean, if I were God, I would probably put the fucking tree at the top of fucking Mount Everest. I'd be like, don't like, like, why would I make it easy for you to pull?
I mean,
if you were God, would you put the tree there at all?
Yeah. I mean, I would be like, dude, get this thing away as far. Like if I have to put it somewhere,
why would you have it at all?
Yeah, you wouldn't have it at all. I mean, obviously, it's total nonsense. But here we have fucking idiots wanting to argue.
Why would you need a
literalism.
tree? Why wouldn't God just tell them the difference between good and evil and create better people?
Because they're supposed to be stupid.
God lied. He set up the serpent, because it's not enough to set the trap. You also have to bait it.
Yeah.
So God set up the serpent, and the serpent. What it says, God lied to Adam and Eve, and then the serpent has to say, "You will not die in the day that you eat thereof, for God knows that in the day that you eateth thereof, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like unto God." Now, what does the Bible say? They ateth thereof, and their eyes were opened. The serpent was right.
Yeah, the serpent didn't lie, whereas God lied.
Was the liar.
Yeah.
Yeah. They also were supposed to die in that day.
Yeah.
Live 900 years.
Someone had asked me.
Yeah.
They had asked me a while back. And this is a fabulous question. There was somebody that asked me
a day in God. For God, a day is 1,000 years. So he could have gotten away with that.
Think about that. You're my age. You're in your 60s, and then God says, "Yeah, well, you're going to die in 9 centuries from now."
Good.
No, I'd probably take that. Not much longer, but I would. I don't
know if I'd want that.
I could probably stand 5 centuries if I were in my 20s.
But even then, it's like
I could do that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know. I can fuck a lot of people in 9 centuries.
Somebody had asked me, this is an interesting question, and I thought of it. And they said, "Hey, what happens when you die? And then there you are at the gates of Peter, and you have to answer for all of your sinning that you have done." And I said, honestly, if that was possible, then I would say, then it would be like, I would show up. I would say to Peter, I would say, "Listen, I know I'm going to hell. There's no chance. There's zero possibility. There's no way. I just did not accept any of this bullshit. And so I guess if I'm wrong, I just want to know one fucking thing. And you could just ask God this. I genuinely just want a legitimate answer to this question. Why the fuck did you change your mind on slavery? Seriously, I don't get it. At one point, 1700 years, we're in favor of slavery. And then later on, all men are created equal, but to behold to God, Jesus, flowers.
I have to share with you that when I was 12, 12 years old, I read the Bible, and I realized it's full of shit.
Yeah.
God is love, and God is the ultimate wisdom. And if you read the Bible, you will get the ultimate truth and wisdom. No, you don't have to read very far into the Bible to realize this is absolute horse shit.
Yeah.
I gave up belief in hell at 13.
Yeah.
Because hell is too ridiculous a concept. It's too extreme. Nobody could imagine trying to be as vindictive as God would have to be to mercilessly, vindictively, cruelly, relentlessly punish you with the worst imaginable pain for all eternity, every day,
forever.
because you didn't believe this. Excuse me. You didn't believe the stupid, unsupported lies of obviously ignorant primitives prior to that.
There were many parts that fucked me over from any semblance of faith. One of them was in the book of Numbers, where the Jews are walking around in the fucking desert. And so lo and behold, there they are, fucking thirsty as shit. And then they're like, Moses, I'm sorry for the Jewish accent. Moses, we're thirsty. Can we get some water? And then God was like, oh, you're thirsty? Well, fuck you. Here's some fucking snakes. Snakes, motherfucker. Fuck you in particular. How dare you ask for water in the fucking desert? And I'm like, who is this guy? This guy's a sociopath. He wants to, it was the chosen people that he brought out of Egypt, and there he is, because they want water, that you feed them snakes. I'm like, who does that?
Okay, I need to make a statement before we cannot close this event without me making the statement. Mm-hmm. The opponents or the interlocutors that we had in this debate failed to even attempt to support their side of the argument. I am wholly open to the debate. Is Christianity logical? Since the people we argued with, we debated with, could not, would not, did not defend that position at all, that debate essentially never even happened.
100%. I felt the same way.
Can you defend, is Christianity logical? Reach out to me. We'll do this again.
Yeah.
And we'll keep doing it until you idiots realize that no, it fucking isn't.
Exactly. The Christians themselves say it. It's faith, not logic. Like, what?
Paul said it.
The Christians say that. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Anyway.
Right. We have to close this up. I've had a great deal of fun with this. First Amender.
Same.
I've had an awful lot of fun with this. We should do this kind of thing again. Please, somebody in the 140 people that we have watching, somebody needs to come up with a reasonable, respectable debate channel where you have actual moderators who really do moderate and who are capable for the different topics going on. So we're going to need a panel of people, not just one. I think it's not just going to be one person's channel. Somebody has to be thinking about, okay, well, this topic requires this type of moderator for whatever. So there's going to have to be a little bit of that going on. But ultimately, there's no way for the Christians to win this. Christianity is not logical. It's irrational and insane.
I appreciate it, Aaron.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good night. Peter, take us out, please.
Have a good night, Aaron.
Night, everyone. Okay, Hangouts how fair.
I'm
Peter,
still live.
Peter, thank you so much for that. I wish that I could pay you. I so wish that I could pay you. Oh my gosh!
Aaron,
I realized
being part of the community, being part of your channel, getting to interact with the people that you have on your channel, that's payment in full.
I don't feel it. I appreciate that you give me that sentiment, but I wish that I could pay you what you are worth to me.
Well,
You have
he's
no
in a
idea.
decent country that has decent social safety nets. He's good. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You need as much help as you can
I
get.
mean,
But Peter, I can't. I don't know how to express to you. I so appreciate that I have you on tap for these kind of things. I just want you to
I mean
know that. I wish that I could express that financially.
that means an awful lot to me, Aaron. It honestly does. And as I said, when I approached you and said, "Hey, I can help you up your production value," that took me a very long time to do, to get the courage to even mention that. And Jackson Wheat said, "Hey, you need to just do this because he's going to appreciate your help." And so that's why on Jackson's channel, I actually told you that. I don't have an awful lot of money, so I can't support everyone on Patreon that I want to support. The thing that I do instead is I make artwork for people. I make intros. I make layouts for YouTube or for their channel. Create logos, stuff like that. And that is my way of supporting people that I think are doing a good job. And so that's why I'm part
Peter,
of your channel.
I appreciate it.
Peter, I really I rely on you so much. You've no idea. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. I wish that I could express that in a way that is tangible.
You have just done so. Honestly.
Thank you so much.
Hearing that from you is enough. I mean, I don't care much about money. If I would have had more money than I actually have.
I would not dare to say this online, but I am absolutely.
Whoa! Hold on. We're still live on my channel, by the way. Just
Okay.
FYI, just letting you know. Yeah, I'm helping you out. All right. Sorry, I'm going to be taking calls after this, so yeah, that's why I'm not. Yeah.
First Amender, my very great pleasure meeting you, sir. I do hope that we get to work together again in the future.
I think we will.
And I'm hoping that you can put together or get somebody inspired to put together a debate channel that has integrity.
I think I'll be able to figure something
technically
out.
Pangburn and non sequitur, and what was the other one? MDD.
Yeah.
They all failed. Different reasons, but all corruption, basically related. I would love to see an actual debate channel that's worth a fuck.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm with you. I appreciate you, and you'll hear more from me.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to have to go. Peter, do I need to close out the show?
Yeah, you can close it up. Oh,
thank you
before
so
you go, Arn.
Yes.
On Thursday, do you want me there too? Or is that not going to go?
All right, chat. That was interesting. He was almost about to say something like outside of what he would say in the stream. I think he had drank a little bit. I think he was having a little bit of the good stuff, if you know what I mean. Well, I finished off this whole bottle of vodka here. Does anybody really believe that that's vodka? All right, let me. Yeah, we'll do some calls. We'll do some calls. I mean, I guess if you guys want to call in, give me a moment, quick second to call in. Oh, hold on. Great. People saying it's a great stream. January 8th. January. Oh, hold on. People are asking me to get involved in a debate. Oh my goodness. Give me 1 second. Let me just check my phone and make sure that it's up. Is it up? I think it's up. Settings. Audio settings. Looks good. Okay. Yeah, why not? Let's take phone calls. Phone calls 202-998-5218. We're taking calls. I neglected to write notes on when that started versus when it ended. It all just happened so kind of quick. Let's see. The centrist perspective says, Jesus Christ, Amender. LMAO, go easy on the vodka. That's coming from a Russian. Like you really think I finished this much? Like I just drank pure vodka that entire time. Refreshing. Let's see here. AWOL says, I have a question first. You complain that a lot of these debate arenas are so full of right-wing extremists. Where are the left-wing side of the debate arena? Spending their time on more worthwhile things. Like, honestly. I find like intellectuals or people who actually think, they don't, like, they're not interested in like debate spaces. You know, but I'm sure you're going to find them people who are, you know, intellectually rigorous at a bookstore, for example. I think that's what you'll find. Adam Kiziel says, I know a guy that would chug that. That's insane. Should we pull up maybe a video or something? An unrelated video to just kind of, you know, shoot the shit. What should we look at? What should we look at? What are some like crazy right-wing nonsense? Should we Fox News? Fox News? Let me look here. Should we do an Alpha Eagle video? We do a fucking video of this moron. Oh boy. I don't know if I want to do the 24-minute video. Let's do his 8-minute video. We'll do an 8-minute video. We'll do an 8-minute video and then that'll be it. Let's see here. Where's my Chrome? Chrome. Hello, Chrome. All right, chat. Let's see here. AWOL says, well, it seems to support the fact that although you hate the right for a lot of reasons, they seem to support that actually get a house and do more and actually vote. And they debate people they hate. I debate people I hate. What do you want? I debate people I hate. All right. All right. So we're going to watch this one. This is by a YouTuber, an infamous YouTuber, otherwise known as Alpha Eagle. I cannot believe I'm opening up one of this guy's content. He's terrible. But he is for sure a lolcow, worthy of garnering lols out of them. And so we're going to get to watch this. Let's get started. Here we go. Dude, this intro is fire, bro. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, AWOL says, yeah, do Alpha Eagle's last hit piece. Sadly, I am not doing that. It's 24 minutes long. I'm going to be here for 3 hours doing that. Like literally 3 hours. Like I need a shorter video. Alpha Eagle.
Everyone,
I can't, dude. Every time. You can't have a voice like that. Hello, everybody. It's me, Alpha Eagle. You gotta change your name. Once again, I'm stuck on it, dude. All right.
Eagle here again. Welcome back to my channel. I pray you're all doing well,
welcome.
and may
Yeah,
God bless
glad-
you all.
yeah.
Before we begin, be sure to
Be
like,
sure
share,
to
comment,
like,
and
share, and subscribe, and
so
comment, and
I
all
saw
that.
the trailer
blah, blah.
for Supergirl, and we'll be talking about that. But
We're gonna talk about Alpha Eagle. Maybe you think he's probably a big superhero fan, like just super into, you know, because his character looks kind of like a, Adam Kiziel says he has a persona. Not names says I've never even heard of this channel. Yeah, because he has 900 subscribers. That's why. He's less popular than me. All right, let's go. Let's go.
before we get into that, I wanted to talk about the poster, specifically the tagline that says "Truth, Justice, and whatever." I hate this. But this is nothing new for DC.
Oh boy.
They've been trying to get rid of Superman's slogan of truth, justice, and the American way for a long time. We saw this with Superman Returns. They didn't want to say, and the American way in that movie.
I want to know it all, everything. Also,
Wait, is he upset because they changed and the American way? So the term like and the American way, the problem that I'm having with it is like it has a weird connotation of like American superiority, and it would have had like to do with like, you know, similar to like post World War II America centrism, American superiority. And so I completely understand why they would be like, okay, we don't want to be tied to that. Like, I completely get it. It makes perfect sense why you walk away from and the American way, right? You know what? Just for fun, why don't we figure out why they got rid of that, right? Let's do the research for him. Let's see. Let's look it up. Oh, that's a very it's a very normal thing. Okay, so here we go. So what come as no surprise, let's see here. The phrase truth, justice, and the American way was first popularized during the 1940s Adventures of Superman radio show. It became iconic with the 1950 Superman TV series with George Reeves. It's a long time associated with the Man of Steel. However, similar to Gunn, Bryan Singer also dropped in the line in the 2006 Superman Returns movie. Let's see. Political jabs, course corrections, and fan backlash concerns. Footage also features Superman getting mad at Lois Lane. Lex Mutant remains a final cut. Why did they get rid of it? Ah, come on. Just tell me why. All right, hold on. I got to keep looking. I'm sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. Let's see. Ah, found it. Found it, chat. Fox 13, Salt Lake City. Superman changes the motto, truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. DC Comics says, Man of Steel stands for truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. The change is part of the company's strategy to make Superman more appealing to an international audience. DC's chief creative officer. So the reason why he doesn't seem to like this is literally capitalism. He's like, listen, we need a broader, and fair enough, right? Like, how are you going to sell Superman to, like, I don't know, a Japanese audience or a UK audience or a European audience? Like, you're probably going to remove the quote unquote American way because not everybody lives in America. Makes sense, right? All right, let's see. Let's figure out why Alpha Eagle is upset about it.
I want to see photos of him everywhere. Does he still stand for truth, justice, all that stuff?
DC has even officially changed the Superman slogan to truth, justice, and better tomorrow. And now James Gunn has officially removed America from his Superman movie slogan. So, the American Way part of the slogan will not be in the Supergirl movie.
Yeah, it's an international movie. They got to make that motherfucking money, motherfucker. Like, why would they want to make things worse for themselves? Why, like if you're selling this movie in Europe, why would you say, oh, in the America way?
Either. As a patriotic person and as well as a Superman fan, this removal of "and the American Way" disgusts me.
I get disgusted. Sorry, I get disgusted when it's not America. In America, that's not about me. Why can't it be about me? You remove the America because you hate America. That's why. No, it's actually because, and he makes some motherfucking money and, he's got to sell it to an international audience. It's because you hate America. Is this dude okay?
As it should disgust all Americans as well as all Superman fans. I mean, if you hate America and Superman so much that you...
Not Name 2804 says nobody watches movies anymore. Because it's not saying America is the best country, because Alpha Eagle couldn't give two shits for any other country. That's true. I mean, it's just like the fact, once again, it's to appeal to an international audience. They just want to make that motherfucking money. That's why it's not the American way anymore.
You had to change his slogan. Are you really a Superman fan? Do you really love America?
I love America. I am not a superhero fan. I don't like superhero movies. Superhero movies are stupid and I don't like them. And they're often terrible, terrible writing with tons and tons of plot holes. And I'm not a big fan of superhero movies. It's okay, but I don't know. I just never got into them. I tried to, though.
No, this might sound a bit hyperbolic, but
oh boy,
if you hate America so much, why don't you just leave?
If you hate America, why don't you just leave? Like, he's operating under the pretense that they're just not here to make some motherfucking money. And really the reason why that they removed it is because they genuinely hate America. This guy's actually fucking idiotic. He's a total moron. Look, see, I'm improving. I stopped with the R slur. That deserves it. Give me a pat on the back. I almost said it.
Frankly, Gunn and anyone else at DC who made this decision should leave America. And if they don't leave by choice, they should be deported.
Wait. Chat. Hold on. I need to double take that. What did he say?
No, this might sound a bit hyperbolic, but if you hate America so much, why don't you just leave? Frankly, Gunn and anyone else at DC who made this decision should leave America. And if they don't leave by choice, they should be deported.
You don't actively say that you love America? If you don't agree with me, you get deported. What a joke. Why don't people agree with me? If you don't agree with me, you better leave the country. And if you don't leave the country, you're deported.
But if you're not happy in the U.S., if you're complaining all the time, very simply, you can leave. You can leave right now.
Yeah, he's a douchebag. Using Donald Trump as your argument is awful.
I've sounded a bit hyperbolic, but I'm so disgusted by this anti-American hate, specifically coming from the left and people from Hollywood, that this is where I am right now.
I am so disgusted by this anti-American hate. Are you sure you're not the one who's being hateful? Like, you're literally saying people you disagree with should get deported.
If you hate America, then get out of the country, either by choice or by force if we have to.
Dude, he's doubling down. He's like, if you don't like America, leave the country. And if you don't leave the country, we're going to make you do it. What a joke. This dude is the ultimate. They're basically the social justice warrior of right wingers. You know, like the 2015 kind, you know, the ones with like the crazy red hair. Like their position is so insane, nobody is going to take them seriously.
Now, as much as I don't like Rosie O'Donnell, I have a tiny bit of respect for her since she hates America so much that she left. And I wish more people like her would follow her example.
I mean, to be fair, right? If I had, you know, as much money as Rosie O'Donnell had, I would probably be in the Netherlands right now. I'll be honest. It was really nice in the Netherlands. Not Name says, ooh, I get it. So Amender and Alpha Eagle are foes. Yeah. We've definitely got like a tit for tat, but just FYI, right? He will not debate me. He will not show up. He does not show his face. This dude hides behind his persona and argues his fucking blatant hate speech and says the most vitriolic crap on planet Earth. And then is like, oh, see, I'm really reasonable, guys.
And get the hell out of here. Superman, and by extension Supergirl, have always been patriotic characters. And even Superman's creator...
Yeah, again, the whole point of it is to appeal to an international audience. It's so they can make motherfucking money. That's why.
Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster had said that Superman stands for truth, justice, and the American way.
Yeah. So what happens is that we're now in an international audience, and we need to see a large amount of money coming in because these movies are like $100 million to make. And that what they want, and the only way that they can actually recoup how much money they spend is by appealing to an international audience.
So what could you say that you felt that Superman stood for or stands for?
Well, exactly the motto that they've used on the television show: truth, justice, and the American way.
Former DC Comics president Sol Harrison.
Yeah, when they weren't selling this internationally, it makes sense to do that, especially during the times of 1940s where that was the sentiment.
Has also said this.
It stands for truth, justice, and the American way. From the very beginning, from his inception, he had that American feeling.
Yes, he does. You can see the red, white, and blue. I mean, he for sure does. But again, it's to appeal to an international audience. We need to make that motherfucking money.
Became a hero overnight.
So by taking away the American way out of Superman's slogan, you are disrespecting Superman's creators, since that's what they thought represents Superman. They must be rolling over in their graves.
They wouldn't be, because Superman is now making more money than they ever have. And the reason why is because they appeal to an international audience.
Anyway, with that rant out of the way, onto the trailer itself. Now, first off...
I love, dude, we are almost halfway through this video, and he was pissed off on a slogan. Not the movie, the slogan.
See Crypto pissing on a picture of Superman in the newspaper. They couldn't have made a more perfect analogy for this franchise if they tried. How disrespectful to Superman's creators can you get?
What was the trailer even like? We got to look up the, let's see here. Bones Drypoon says Superman is not even American. He's an alien. Oh yeah, dude, wait. Drew. You know, honestly, if Superman were real, would you deport Superman? Got him. We got him, chat. We got him. Come on. He's literally an alien. He's not a citizen of the United States. Got him, boys. We got him. No recovering from that one, Alpha Eagle. No recovering from that one. Alpha. Let's see. He's an effing alien from Krypton. He's an illegal. He came to Earth. Okay, so yeah, quick. Yeah, I would just ask Alpha Eagle. Hey, Alpha, would you deport Superman?
So, as I just brought up, not only are Siegel and Schuster spinning in their graves, but James Gunn has just pissed on their graves as well. Now, I know that some people will say, well, James...
He pissed on their grave. Dude, I'm sure the creators of Superman could look at that and go, well, the reason why we did that is to appeal to an international audience. And then that the group of people would be like, yeah, that makes sense. I get it. I guess that's what we're going to do.
James Gunn didn't direct this movie.
Let's see. Bobro says Alpha Eagle would deport Superman because he doesn't actually give a flying fuck about Americans' value. It's true.
So it's not his fault. He's still in charge of the current DC movies, so he still has some of the blame.
Like, here we go. Yeah, Bone Dry Poon says, if you want to be a patriot, just appreciate Captain America as well. And yeah, and they brought in Captain America. They were like, yeah, Captain America's cool. I guess he's got a fucking shield. I don't like superhero movies. Can you tell? I'm sorry. That's unpopular opinion, but I don't like superhero movies. I think they're bad. Like, what? Watch good movies. These are not good movies.
We see Kara drunk, just as she was in James Gunn's Superman movie, and I hated seeing her drunk then too. We should never see Supergirl drunk. That should never happen in a movie.
That should never happen. She's got to be drunk. How dare she be drunk? She's got to be perfect, and she's got to be like a Mary Sue. Is that the kind of character that Alpha Eagle just wants? He just, like, anything that represents America basically has to be a Mary Sue and never grows. Let's see here. AWOL says, shut up first. You dissed Captain America. You hate America. Dripping in the irony there. That's good. Good work.
Say, well, she just saw her entire planet destroyed and she's dealing with her grief. And trust me, I get it. I can...
What do you like? I think you're just like, you just sound like a nerd that is just getting upset over like benign crap. Is this how I sound like when I like start bitching about like Lord of the Rings stuff? Because there's some stuff that gets thrown into Lord of the Rings where I'm just like, what the fuck is it? Like, I hated the Hobbit movies. I was so upset at the Hobbit movies. I was like, why is this a trilogy? What the fuck is this white troll guy? Why is Legolas here? Do I sound... I probably sound similar to him with his passion towards superhero movie. Anyways.
Can empathize. I know what she's going through. My father recently passed away. And when he passed, I was filled with so many emotions. I was extremely sad and angry, but I didn't go out and get drunk. You know what I did? I reconciled with my family and friends.
I reconciled with my family and friends because I don't drink. I'm Alpha Eagle and I don't drink.
No, I gotta do a better voice. My name is Alpha Eagle and I don't drink. Drinking's for losers. You know?
That I haven't seen in years. I talked to people who I've had bad relationships with, and I tried to mend those relationships. I didn't try to drown my sadness with alcohol.
You're talking about all the bad relationships you've had, Alpha Eagle? I wonder if there's a reason why he would have all of these bad relationships. I wonder what it could be. All right, we're getting a call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Alpha Eagle here. Was good.
What do you think? You think you're upset at the fact that it doesn't say the American way? What do you?
Bro, he's a fucking alien from Krypton, damn it.
Dude, if Trump had his way, you know, it got to deport him, you know?
Bro, they would have deported Superman so fast. It's like, oh, damn, you're from space?
I wouldn't have deported... I wouldn't have deported him. He's a what? I mean, a value to society. Fucking douchebag. I don't know what the fuck he would argue. I'd be like, well, he would be like a white South African, you know? He's a refugee.
Oh, God.
I have no idea what the fuck this moron would say.
Me off because Alpha doesn't even fucking, like, he doesn't know any history about fucking Superman. Just a heads up, there's a movie called Red Sun, right? Where Superman's a fucking communist. We don't talk about communist Batman and Superman. No, fuck that. Okay.
The night Red Sun?
Yeah, Red Sun.
Let's look it up. Hold on. Here we go. What is this movie? When was this released?
I'm not too certain. It wasn't, I think it was like
2020.
There you go.
Dude, could you imagine if Alpha Eagle saw this?
Oh, yeah, no, he would freak out.
The heresy! Heresy!
Oh, my God.
I'm upset
That's not
at
Superman?
this. That's not Superman. They're trying to push communism.
That's communist, man.
What is it? Animated superhero film focused on DC Comics Superman. Dude, can I just tell you, I fucking hate superhero movies. I hate them. They're not good. I never liked them.
I personally love them.
Oh, jeez.
I
watched over 20 of these freaking films so I could watch Endgame and understand what the hell was going on. And I was like, that was a giant waste of 2 weeks. That was a huge waste of I could have done anything, and I just decided to watch shit superhero films.
Yeah, no, it's convoluted like a motherfucker, I'll tell you that much. And that doesn't even talk about the singular
the fucking
films. That doesn't talk about the multiverse
was like, okay, we lost, so what do we do? Well, there's a whole other timeline where we win.
Exactly. Like
it's the most shitty, what a crap fucking writing, dude. Crap.
Bro, here's the thing. If you do it in a way, right, where you can break down how the multiverse expands and why there's different timelines, there's branches, there's, schisms and everything. There's all that stuff. Respectable. You did it in a way where it makes sense.
Hold on. AWOL is telling me while you two are joking about it, I actually remember him being mad about that movie.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Wait, he talks about Red Sun.
That's crazy.
The communism. Let me look. Red Sun. Damn it. Where is it? All right, Superman. Oh, no. You know what we should do? Communist. Type in communist. There, communist. Bad take. Jesus is a mutant? What? Maybe commie. What? Okay, hold on. We're going to do Superman. We're just going to type Superman because, man, dude, this guy, look at, he's saying Superman's a Christian. He's an alien.
Okay. Also, hold on. This
dude's a lolcow.
Because hold on. I know the entire DC lore. There's gods in DC, Death, Lucifer. There's a lot of shit in DC.
Yeah.
There's no like Christianity in the sense, yes, that is also a concept within the demon realm and all of that. Superman's not a fucking Christian. He's not magic. God damn it.
That turns out right here, you could say Superman is a Christian.
Superman's weak to magic.
Good
Motherfucker doesn't even know that, but okay,
Good
whatever.
God.
I'm not even... Whatever.
Yeah, I would love to see. I would love to see it. That's just wild to me. That's insane.
What really pissed me off is the fact that he said that Supergirl's trying to replace Superman. I find that retarded. Genuinely, people who have
Hey,
that
we're
take
we're
are
we're
the
we're,
same people.
we're fixing ourselves. No more R slurs.
Oh,
We're gonna,
right.
Yeah,
right,
we're
right.
gonna
Right.
we got this. You know,
Okay.
we're gonna pull away from the slurring of the R's.
Okay.
And even though I
Valid
really
enough, valid
enjoy that
enough.
word, I really do.
I know.
I'm just
Same.
gonna be
I was born in
I
the
don't know.
90s.
Yeah, I was born in the 90s. It is that way. Anyway,
yeah. It sucks because it's like those same people just hate any time let's say a female character gets a movie or a lead. That's all it is. They just hate it. It's something that they despise. And I guarantee you ask them, yo, what's a good Marvel movie or a DC movie that you fucked with that had a female lead? I guarantee you they're not going to say anybody outside of maybe Wonder Woman. Maybe.
I mean, isn't like
Catwoman, Elektra. I can go down a fucking list. They fucking put in work with these movies, even back in the day. And it sucks because just people don't give enough of a fuck nowadays, right? It's always political and shit. It doesn't have to be. It really doesn't have to be. You don't got to read too much into it.
Yeah, I just don't. Apparently, there's a Kryptonian religion based on their sun, the sun, like the star around Kryptonian,
Right.
and called Rao. And that's why he would occasionally proclaim great row and the like. And it was treated pretty much as something his parents were into that he respected but did not follow.
Yeah. It's because Superman gets his powers from the sun. So
I think like Ma and Pa Kent must have raised him a Christian because they were Christians. I think that's the idea, I guess. I don't fucking know.
I mean, I get it.
It's so
I can
dumb. It's so.
it's
so
stupid,
dumb.
but I can understand it. He landed in fucking Kansas. So, you know what I mean? Like, predominantly, you're going to land in Kansas.
It's kind of like asking whether or not that, what was it? Like whether or not that there was Christian allegory in like the Tolkien books. And it's like, no, it wasn't. It just wasn't. And it's like, I don't know. People they tend to like to read into a lot of things, that aren't necessarily there.
Yeah. No, 100%. With so they did add slices of Christianity into the DC verse, but it's not like there's Jesus or like Moses or anything like that. But they added slices to it.
Yeah.
Like, because there are characters from the DC verse called Lucifer, right? There's Michael, the archangels. They talk about heaven and hell. There is a heaven and hell in the DC verse. On top of, there's different realms. There's a lot of fucking realms. But this is an amalgamation of various different things. And just because Superman's a fucking alien that comes from a completely different world, illegal, by the way, you want to deport him, he's not a fucking Christian. And I'll give the benefit of the doubt of you landing in Kansas, you getting picked up by two farmers who may have been Christian. Even let's say he was raised Christian. I don't think he would be Christian specifically because he didn't gravitate like towards the religion of his parents. Oh no, he got sent as a baby. Never mind. Yeah, I don't think he would just gravitate towards Christianity. I just don't think so. Genuinely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know enough about superheroes to really give enough of a crap.
Basically, everything that he said is bullshit. That's really what it is. Like every single thing. There wasn't a single thing that he said that was correct.
Right. That's basically how bad it was. Tell you what. Maybe since you know about this stuff, do you want to just like I'll call you on Discord, and then we can go over the video live.
Sure.
Right,
sure. Let's do it.
I'll call you. I'm going to call him real quick. calling him now. Bim boom, bim boom, bim boom, bim boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my God, chaos! Come on, you there? You there, chaos?
Yep.
All right, all right.
Yes,
let's
sir.
continue. Let's continue watching this fucking bullshit.
All right, let's keep
Here
going.
we go.
I didn't do that, and that's something that Supergirl also would not do. If they wanted to tell a story of Supergirl dealing with her grief, the way Supergirl would really deal with her grief, they would show her connecting with what little family she has left. She would try to bond with Clark and the Kent family.
Why? Why? Would that be the case, you think?
You wouldn't exactly. I mean, okay, so I technically
Like,
she
why
would
can't
try
Supergirl?
to.
Why can't Supergirl drink?
That is, yeah, that's stupid. But it's more or less because of the metabolism from Kryptonians. That's something completely different. But she would try to, like, she would chill with Clark. She would chill with Superman because that is her family, right?
Yeah.
Since she came to
Who
Earth
is
as well, that's
Supergirl?
like.
Is Supergirl? Is she also Kryptonian?
She's Clark's. I believe it was cousin.
Okay, so they
Superman's
are
cousin.
Kryptonian, or are they like half?
Yes,
Kryptonian?
they're Kryptonian. They're both Kryptonian. So
Okay.
Krypton got blown up.
Okay.
Before Krypton got
Yeah,
blown
and then
up.
the mom and dad put the thing into
Yep.
the Super Saiyan ship.
Okay.
And then
Yep. Jesus Christ. Okay, before it got blown up, Clark got sent over to Earth, and then eventually so did Kara, which was Supergirl and shit, right?
Okay.
So she's his cousin. So yes, she would want to spend time with Superman, but that's about it. Like,
was she like annoying, or like what was the
no,
dynamic
not at
between?
all. Not at all. She was not
between the
annoying.
two?
She
Well,
was.
I don't know. I mean,
if-
what I don't know the dynamic
No, no,
between the two.
Yeah, she was more or less like headstrong, but
Yeah.
also independent at the same time
That's
because
cool.
she had powers, right?
All right.
She was a great character.
All right. Well, let's keep going. Let's see here.
Yeah.
She would try harder to be closer to her friends and try harder to be a better superhero. She certainly wouldn't do this. Then she says the line, Krypton did not die that day. The gods...
Mind you, like he's getting upset about what's in the trailer. It's totally possible what Alpha Eagle is saying, what he's upset about, is actually in the film. It's just like later on, right? Like, do you see my problem? Like, what?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Are not that kind. Now, first, there's only one God. Second...
Oh, God. Fucking hell.
It's the fucking DC universe.
Like,
I just like imagining like he's watching like Thor or whatever. He's like, actually, there's only one God. Thor can't exist because he's not real. There's only one God. All right, hold on.
I'm gonna be a bit hyperbolic, but if you don't get out of this fucking country,
Yeah. Here we go. Hold on. Let's hear.
She certainly wouldn't do this. Then she says the line, Krypton did not die that day. The gods are not that kind. Now, first, there's only one God. Second, this shows that she sees God as cruel. Now, that's just more of Hollywood pushing their anti-religious agenda. Again,
What? It's DC, dude.
Fucking God.
There's got to be a ton
Marvel,
of gods
okay.
in DC, right?
Yes,
There's a lot of gods.
yes.
Yeah, okay, I figured.
A lot, including Death. Death is a character.
In
A
DC?
fucking character.
We're not talking Marvel, right? It's DC.
No, it's DC.
Okay, so
Yeah.
DC's got gods. All right. So when they're referring to gods, he's like, well, first of all, there's only one God. What a fucking idiot, dude. Holy shit.
I did the exact opposite. When my dad passed, it only strengthened my belief in God, as I knew that one day I will see him again.
Jesus Christ, that's so sad.
Okay,
That's
what
so
is
sad.
what?
Uh,
I don't like that.
Well, this is why I don't push my atheism onto people. Like, oh, you must believe like me, because like I genuinely think that there's like an X group of people where they just cannot like avoid being that, right? Like, let's see. Bobo says DC literally has Lucifer. DC has thousands of gods. He's like, first of all, there's only one God.
Bro, DC has, I'm just going to give you just bare bones, Greek gods, Egyptian gods, Atlantean gods, Hindu gods, and Japanese gods. It's got over 100 plus gods.
Okay, yeah, so there's no, so like them saying gods is well within the canon of DC, but okay.
Then we see a montage of action scenes, and we're introduced to a little girl with a sword that's bigger than her. Are we supposed to believe that she can fight anyone with this sword?
A little girl with a sword?
Oh my fucking god.
What?
Okay.
First of all, it's a movie.
So
like, it's a super. Is it? Wait, but isn't she supposed to be Supergirl? Why can't she?
She is
fight with a big weapon.
He's can't say that word. Okay, hold on. This is the same, and this is what fucks with me. Krypto, the super dog, right? Superman's fucking dog, can burst through walls. He's a fucking dog.
So then
she can guarantee hold a big ass sword with super strength. By the way, her punch can damage Doomsday. Doomsday is a character that can beat the dog shit out of Green Lantern with a punch. Superman fights Doomsday.
So then
right?
why is he
Superman
thinking
can actually
that
do
Supergirl
work against Doomsday?
can't hold this giant weapon? I don't.
God, it's just stupid.
Okay.
Now, I'm sure that Supergirl will befriend this girl, and there'll be some kind of message that girls are just as tough as the guys, and they can beat any man.
Has nothing to do with that.
It's a DC. It's a DC movie.
Oh,
he's so infuriating.
It has nothing.
I don't
to
even
do
know
with
anything
it.
about superheroes, and I know this is wrong.
Super strength. Dog.
Only reason that Supergirl can beat any of these guys is because she's Kryptonian. In the real world, it doesn't work that way.
Then why are you upset?
Why does that matter?
The only reason why she can beat anybody is because she's Kryptonian. Dude, I have a feeling that the actress, not Supergirl, the actress of Supergirl could beat up Alpha Eagle. What do you think?
Oh, 100%.
I mean, there's no way you talk like that. Like I don't believe it. I think the actress of Supergirl is probably stronger than Alpha Eagle. It would not surprise me.
One of many lies of feminist propaganda.
One of the many lies. Like, bro, what's wrong?
Yo, no, hold on. We're gonna rewind what he just said. He literally said she's Kryptonian.
Yeah.
So she has these powers for a reason.
And he's like one of the many lies of Hollywood. All right, we'll go back a little bit. Let's see. Oh, let's see that whole thing, because Jesus, there's so much wrong that it's like we can't help but be like, what the fuck did he just say?
Yeah.
The reason that Supergirl can beat any of these guys is because she's Kryptonian. In the real world, it doesn't work that way. One of many lies of feminist propaganda. Then we see a quick glimpse of Lobo, but who cares?
Oh my God.
The little girl asks Kara, "What's Superman like?" And we get the worst line in the trailer. He sees the good in everyone, and I see the truth, suggesting that she has a very nihilistic and pessimistic view on life.
How did you get that? Wait. What? Wait, hold on.
So firstly, what you're basically saying is...
If you know the truth... If you know the truth, then you become nihilistic and pessimistic? That doesn't follow.
Just because Supergirl can hold a big axe.
No. The reason why he said that she has a nihilistic and pessimistic view is because she said, "I know the truth."
Yeah, but his entire stance on this is if you don't have dick and balls, you're not strong.
Wait a minute.
That's all it is.
Hold on. Hold the phone. Didn't Jesus say, "I know the truth"?
Jesus does know the way.
I am the way, the truth, and the light. Nobody comes
Yeah.
through God except through me. So then, by his very metric, shouldn't Jesus be pessimistic? This shit doesn't make any goddamn sense. No matter how I try to, it really, Bobro's like,
Oh my
yeah,
God.
Alpha, what? Just say the quiet part out loud if you want women to submit to you.
I don't think he's gonna get any women if he plays them this video.
29 upvotes, dude. What is the comments like? Jesus.
What is the
She
ratio
also
on his video?
suggests that
Can't
she's
tell.
better than Superman since she sees him as naive, and she's smarter than him since she sees people how they really are. Now, who else is tired of all these edgy, nihilistic, so-called superheroes?
By the way, you got edgy, nihilistic superhero out of her saying, "I am the truth."
Yeah, he's just stretching it. He's
Like,
stretching it so far. I don't even
How
understand.
far? Yeah, I
like-
mean, like it's so far dude. It's like if I sat there and I'm talking to you about nuclear energy, and then your response is like, "Oh, okay, so you want to mine the core out for all of its Earth remains?" I'm like, "What, motherfucker? What? What?
Exactly.
What?"
People today want
my
hope
God.
and positivity in their heroes, and we're not getting it here. And again, this is not how Supergirl should act. She looks up to her cousin. She wants to follow in his footsteps and become a beacon of hope for him.
It's a trailer. We
Exactly,
don't
it's a
know what
complete
will. We don't
No,
know
no, no,
what will
hold on.
happen.
No. Listen to what he just said. She's supposed to look up to him and become that beacon of hope, right? But just
Yeah.
before that, when she had a big ass sword, you said, "Oh, it's gonna give girls to think that they can't be strong. She can't pick up a sword." How the fuck is she supposed to be that beacon? You
More
dumb mother.
Hollywood lies.
Okay.
Humanity.
Okay.
Now, I know there will be people who say, well, this is just the beginning of her journey as a character, and she'll grow into the Supergirl that she's supposed to be. Well, I don't see that here. And if that happens...
Well, yeah, it's a trailer. You wouldn't see that there because it's
Trailer,
they're not going to show you the whole movie in the trailer, idiot. Do you understand what a trailer is and why you have it? It's so that you get interested in watching the rest of the movie.
It will happen at the end of the movie. And I'm tired of those kinds of movies.
Wait, so he does want to marry Sue. He's tired of the kind of movies where superheroes grow and become great. Rather, he would like them to just be great from the get-go and just be great throughout and then great at the end. So he basically, what he's expecting is it must be a Mary Sue, no matter what. He just needs...
Doesn't care about the struggle.
Yeah, no
He doesn't care about
struggle.
the come up.
Struggle's
He doesn't give a fuck about
listen,
any of that.
struggle is it's a lot of listen, look at the way his head is shaped in the video. You know, he doesn't really have the most, room in his brain there. The frontal lobe is just not it's not very prominent, I guess.
Oh, yeah. A little too
Now, this
round,
type
a little
of
too
story can work
smooth.
for other characters, but not for Supergirl. Not all superheroes are supposed to be edgy and nihilistic. That works for characters like...
Again, one phrase that you
How
just
do you get that
attached.
she's edgy
I
and
have-
nihilistic
yeah, I
from
have
this?
no idea.
Bro, that makes
Yeah.
no sense. It
It's
makes
just-
no fucking sense.
It's just idiotic.
Punisher, Wolverine, and even Batman sometimes, but it doesn't work for Supergirl. James Gunn is trying to put a square peg into a round hole. Side, it just wasn't...
Bro, this dude isn't putting a square peg into a round hole. He's fucking throwing a fucking square peg down a football field while there's like a bunch of fucking round holes around him that he's completely avoiding. He has no idea what the fuck is going on. It's insane. This dude's motivations, it's gotta be just
a
wild.
good trailer. The visuals were not good. Everything was dark, gritty, and hard to see. The story didn't seem good. We've seen nihilistic heroes before.
It's the trailer. Why would you, again, like, why does he think he can gather the story from the trailer? Have you ever watched a
let's
trailer
say-
where, like, I know exactly what's going to happen in this movie?
Yeah, exactly. Like
Trailers
with
deliberately
certain-
go out of their way to avoid that. They don't want you to know what is going on.
I will say this: I do enjoy trailers where I can try to predict what will happen in the movie. It's fun. I enjoy doing it. That doesn't mean I overanalyze the trailer to the extent where I'm thinking
You refer to
because
them as
this
nihilistic
person-
because they said I am the
I
truth.
refer to somebody as fucking nihilistic.
Yeah, so stupid.
The stakes of this movie. Who is the villain? What is Supergirl's goal? What is she trying to accomplish? We get none of that here. As if it's not obvious, I hated this trailer. But who knows, I might actually like the movie.
I couldn't tell. I needed you to explain that to
fucks
me.
with me. If he's such a avid superhero fan, right? So a lot of the times, a big pushback for these types of trailers were that they gave too much away in the trailer, right?
Yeah.
So DC and Marvel started to pull back from doing that. And then a lot of fans didn't know what to expect, and they would be pleasantly surprised.
Yes.
That's the point.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
That's literally it.
Exactly. That's exactly how that works. Anyway, let's.
It was. Honestly, I hated it. I hated it. Look. Listen. He's just wrong about a lot of stuff, but what bothers me the most is the fact that he's circularly wrong about it. It's not like
it's like
he's
I call it
about,
fractally wrong, where you're just like wrong at every step. Like no matter what, like it's just it doesn't matter what it is you're just wrong. Like no matter what topic it is, it's just insane. Anyway,
there are ways to go. I'll just say this and then we'll wrap it up. But there are ways to go about dissecting movie trailers for comic books, right? For comic books and all that stuff, and really understanding where they're coming from. But going about it you're the nihilist. You're the one that's putting your nihilism on this movie.
Yes.
That's what you're doing.
His pessimism is
his pessimism. There we go. That's the word. Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it for tonight. I thank you very much for your time, Chaos. We'll talk later.
Yeah. Sounds great, brother. Have a great night.
All right, y'all. I hope you guys had a good time. I had a good time. It was good. It was good stuff. Maybe one day I'll do the First Amendment hates free speech video. It's a pretty funny video. And he says some pretty hateful, vitriolic shit. So much so to the point that it's like, Jesus, dude, you got to calm the fuck down. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it. This has been a discussion, hangout with First Amender. I very much enjoyed the discussion I had with ARON RA, even though it was, kind of all over the place, but that's kind of what was fun. I hope